Ready to go? Attention, please. The March 8th, 2022 Liquor Board hearing is now in session. I want to make a comment before we start. If you recall, many of you won't, but at our last hearing, we had an overabundance of violations selling to minors, 10 violations total. And again, tonight we have a number. And, this is a serious charge. And I look forward to the day that we have a couple hearings in a row where there are no violations. So I'm going to just make that statement for the record. And the board now has all meetings transcribed which serve as minutes of the hearings. The board keeps such minutes stored electronically, and they're available to review by calling the board for an appointment. I now make a motion that those transcripts of the previous board hearing held February 8th, 2022, be accepted as the board minutes for that date, and I ask for a second.
I second the motion.
Motion is second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried. I'd like to turn the meeting over to Mr. Praley for some comments.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everybody. My name is Jimmy Praley. I serve as counsel to the board. At the beginning of every one of our hearings, I make a few brief announcements. The first is that the commissioners before you tonight are part-time public servants. They have other outside interests. When they know they have a conflict of interest in any given matter, they'll recuse themselves, but they can't possibly know who's going to appear from the public to speak for or against any matter. So, therefore, if you believe that any chairman, if the chairman or any of the commissioners has a conflict of interest, you need to raise that and bring that to our attention before or when your case is called, and we'll deal with that accordingly. If not, the commissioners will proceed forward with all hearings tonight under the assumption that there is no conflict. Second is that the rules of this board provide that for the purposes of judicial economy, the board's counsel can rule on the admissibility of evidence and objections if counsel are present in any given case and objections are made. This board handles many cases at every hearing, so this assignment allows us to expedite all of the hearings. So sometimes, rather than the chairman turning to me advising the chairman, I'll simply make a ruling, and mine will be the ruling of the chair. Finally, we are in the renewal period, and as has been the customary practice and policy of the board and its administration, the board is unable to process and issue new licenses and transfers between February 28th and May 1st, 2022. Those are my announcements for the evening. With that, I'll turn it over to our Chief Inspector, Wayne Harris, who can call the first case. Inspector Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Praley. First case tonight will be Duffy's 3, known as Duffy's 3 WC Inc.
We'll waive reading.
Thank you, Mr. Lemon.
Thank you.
Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward. Okay. Remain standing, please. Raise your right hands. Do you solemnly declare and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please state your name and address. For the record, we'll start with the officer.
Corporal Middleton, Anne Arundel County Police, assigned to Western District.
Detective Charles Cepeda, Anne Arundel County Police, Western District.
My name is Brian Lyman, L-Y-M-A-N. On behalf of the licensee, go ahead, Ms. Patel.
My name is Falguni Patel.
Your address.
Your address, please.
1337.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
I don't think the mics are on.
Yeah, I'm having difficulty too, Ed. Oops.
There we go.
Thank you.
Mr. Lyman, if you want to look over, there's a little button in the middle of the microphone that might...
(2414) Delbrook Court, Cambridge, Maryland.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Carlos Cruz Anselmo.
Address.
No speak English.
Su casa.
All right.
I think we've got a language issue here. I don't know that he'll be.
Do we have a translator?
I don't know if his father can translate. Can you give his address for the record? Lean in and give the address.
226. Okay. Sorry, 226 Ella Welch Way, Lothian, Maryland.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Last person.
My name is Sanjay Prajapati, and address is 1371 Marlborough Road, Lothian, Maryland 20711.
Thank you very much. You can have a seat, please. The last person. Could you spell your last name for the record?
Prajapati.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Praley?
All right, thank you. Detective, could you please read your report into the record?
Okay, just for the record, on that data question, I used a translator to help us before that incident.
Okay, thank you.
On January 15th, 2022, at approximately 4:15 in the afternoon, Detective Milton and I were working Operation SAVE, conducting alcohol sales compliance checks for retail businesses. We directed a confidential source, age of 19 years of age. This let it be noted that this confidential source's age was verified through NBA records. This confidential source entered the Duffy's Liquor Store. The location is 1371 Mount Zion, Marlborough Road. It's in Deal, Maryland, Anne Arundel County. We observed the confidential source enter the business. The confidential source went to the store and picked out a 12-pack of Miller Lite beer and took it to the front counter. The confidential source was given official Anne Arundel County funds and was able to purchase the Miller Lite beer from the clerk. The clerk did not ask the confidential source for identification. The confidential source then exited the business and immediately turned over the alcoholic beverage to myself and Detective Middleton. We know through our training, knowledge, and experience that Miller Lite beer is an alcoholic beverage. Detective Middleton and I then subsequently entered the establishment, identified ourselves as police officers, and identified the clerk as one Carlos Cruz. The spelling of the last name is Adam, Nora, Charlie, Edward, Lincoln, Mary, Ocean. Has a date of birth of January 6, 2003. Mr. Cruz spoke very broken English and did not have any identification. Mr. Cruz advised that he was doing working at the time and has only been there for approximately 1 month. Mr. Cruz advised that he has not had the alcohol awareness training. A photograph was taken of Mr. Cruz and is attached to this report. The photograph was also taken of the Miller Lite beer, at which time it was subsequently destroyed. The photograph was also taken of the Anne Arundel County Liquor Board license, which was properly affixed to the wall inside the establishment. Mr. Cruz was whitewashed. This case is closed.
All right, thank you, Detective. Mr. Lyman, any questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Duffy, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Snoops?
No questions.
All right, with no additional questions, Mr. Lyman, we'll turn it over to you and your clients. You can proceed by way of proffer, testimony, or a combination of both.
Thank you, Mr. Praley. We're going to admit the violation, and I'd like to be heard in mitigation, if I could.
Absolutely.
We have a situation here where Duffy's 3 transferred to Ms. Patel approximately at the end of 2015, I believe, and they have not had any underage sale violations during that time, to my knowledge. Fundamentally, this is a situation where I think it results mainly from being understaffed at a particular moment. The manager on duty, who's actually no longer employed at Duffy's, that manager tendered their resignation and resigned after this incident. And Mr. Cruz, as you heard, is of 19 years of age, and he was hired only as a stock clerk. He was not supposed to be working the register, and he took it on himself to jump in and make this sale. That was a mistake, and Ms. Patel acknowledges that mistake. We do have the new manager who's been hired. He's seated at the end. He's here mainly to hear the board's admonitions and to understand that this is a serious process and that the clerks who are working at the store need to be appropriately spelled and that we can't have this situation happen again. Mr. Cruz left the employ of the establishment that very same day, is my understanding, and did not return to work at all. He also didn't notify the management at the time of the violation, that the violation had happened. And so there was a bit of confusion over being notified of the violation. Clearly, we have noticed Ms. Patel is here. She is the licensee on the license and certainly will answer for the violation of the board's rules and regulations. Given that there have been no prior violations, I think this is mostly a circumstance of a poor decision and lack of training for the stock clerk, a momentary lapse, and a situation that they're going to work hard to make sure it doesn't happen again. I've advised them that they ought to institute a 100% ID check. I think the new manager understands that that is my directive, and he's undertaking steps to put that into place down at Duffy's 3. If the board has questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them or have the licensee or the new manager answer. Obviously, we're cognizant of the board's spoken English requirement under the rules and regulations. We're not here on a violation for that necessarily, but hopefully my recitation has explained why it is that we have a language barrier with Mr. Carlos Cruz, since he was hired as a stock clerk only and was not supposed to be working the register.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lyman. Mr. Chairman, any questions?
I have no questions.
Commissioner Duffy, any questions?
Yes, I have just one question in reference to him leaving the store on that particular day of the incident. So there was no manager at the store at that point in time, that he just left the store?
No, my understanding is the manager stepped into the restroom for the moment when the sale happened, and he, being a stock clerk, stepped up and tried to help a customer when he should not have.
Okay.
And so there was a manager there on duty. It's just that he took the violation papers with him when he left with the establishment that day.
Okay, so are they going to establish as well a time frame to get tip training for all employees?
I believe, certainly the manager has been tips and TAMS trained. I think that there are certificates that are on file with the board for most of the employees. And that's an excellent recommendation, Commissioner Duffy.
Yes.
That every employee be tips and TAMS trained within 15 days of being employed or something reasonable.
Well, normally we say 30 days, but yes. Okay, I have no more questions.
Commissioner Snoops, any questions?
No questions.
All right, Mr. Lyman, anything you'd like to add?
Unless my client, the licensee, would like to add anything, I don't have anything further.
Okay. Turn it over to the board for deliberation and decision. Mr. Chairman.
So let me just ask a question before we go any further. What are you doing as far as trying to eliminate the fact of serving someone underage? Your attorney recommended you get a card check system, and I think that the TIPS program would be great, but the violation occurred in January, and here we are in March. I mean, what's been done to prevent that from happening?
Just now we start the 100% check the ID, and we just going to buy a new scanner.
And when is that going to happen?
I'm just trying to looking right now, and just we can get it soon, like within 4 to 5 days, the scanner, so we can check 100% each customer, so we no sell any minor.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, anybody? Good. Well, I'm going to impose a fine, and based on our new guidelines for serving to underage and to minors, that we charge the fine to be $350 per count. Total of $700 and court cost not included, but in addition to that. And at that point, I'll ask for a second.
I second.
The motion is seconded. Any other discussion, the board? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You're all excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you. Next case, John's Liquor and General Store, known as John's Liquors and General Store, LLC. Sukdev Mahal, member. Robert C. Anderson, member. Daniel Wilson Hart, clerk. Detective T. Middleton, number 1061. Detective Kessler, number 1744. Sergeant White, number 1329. Detective Wright, number 2029. Liquor Board Inspector is Franklin Faulkner. This is a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license, Sunday privileges, located at 812 Duval Highway, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122. No restrictions. There are 2 violations. First one being the violation of the rules and regulations of the Board of License Commissioners for Anne Arundel County. Chapter 4, Section 4.01, little a, minors. RE, Anne Arundel County Police Department, report number 21740019 by Detective Kessler. Number 1744, Sergeant White, number 1329, Detective Middleton, 1061, and Detective Wright, 2029. Incident dated November 23rd, 2021. The second violation is a violation of the Alcoholic Beverage 1, Titles 1 through 12, Annotated Code of Maryland. Title 6, Section 6-304, selling or providing alcoholic beverages to an individual under the age of 21 years. RE, Anne Arundel County Police Report 21740019. Detective Kessler, number 1744. Sergeant White, number 1329. Detective Middleton, number 1061. And Detective Wright, number 2029. Incident dated November 23rd, 2021. Anyone wishing to testify, please raise your right hands. Okay. Do you solemnly declare to and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony that you are about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please have a seat. We're going to start at the left end here with the detectives. Please state your name and address for the record.
Detective Middleton, Anne Arundel County Police, Western District.
Thank you. Detective, our next person wishing to testify.
Greg Robinson, Robinson. I'm kind of like in the middle here. I'm the new member. I've been replacing Mr. Anderson on the firm. The paperwork should be in with the board, along with a application to change the liquor license holder from Anderson to me. So I came here today. I offer that. So, and I'm also a lawyer. I represent this.
Okay. We'll take...
Harjeet K. Mahal, John Liquors and General Store, 812 Duval Highway, Pasadena, 21122.
Sir.
Daniel Wilson Hart, H-A-R-T, 995 10th Street, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Praley.
All right, thank you, Inspector Harris. Detective, if you don't mind reading your statement of facts into the record for us, please.
Yes, sir. This incident was November 23rd of 2021, approximately 3:30 p.m. in the afternoon. Detectives Wright, Kessler, Sergeant White, and I were working Operation Save, conducting alcohol sales compliance checks, retail businesses. We directed a confidential source who was verified through MVA records to be 19 years of age to enter John's Liquor and General Store at 812 Duval Highway, which is located in Pasadena, Anne Arundel County, Maryland. We observed the confidential source enter the business. The CS went to the store, picked out a 12-pack of Miller Lite beer, took it to the front counter. The CS was given official Anne Arundel County funds, was able to purchase the Miller Lite beer from the clerk. The clerk did not ask the CS for identification. The CS exited the business, immediately turned over the alcoholic beverage to us outside. We know through our training knowledge experience that Miller Lite beer is an alcoholic beverage. We entered the store, identified ourselves as police officers, identified the clerk as Mr. Daniel Hart via his United States government identification. Mr. Hart advised that he had just started working there 5 days prior and forgot to ask for identification. A photograph was taken of Mr. Hart, his identification, and attached to the report. A photograph was taken of the Miller Lite beer, and it was subsequently destroyed. The photograph was also taken of the Anne Arundel County liquor license hanging properly on the wall behind the cashier area. The manager, Mrs. Mahal, was on the scene inside the store and notified of the violation. She advised that Mr. Hart was in training and had not had any alcohol awareness training. And a copy of this report was forwarded to the liquor board. That would be a statement of facts.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Robinson, I don't know if you're here in a representative capacity representing your clients, or if you're just here as the soon-to-be substituted licensee, but this is your side's opportunity to ask any questions of the detective if you have any based on his report.
Well, there are no questions.
Okay.
I think that he summarized what happened on that day.
Okay, great. We're going to see if the board has any questions first, and then we'll turn it back over to you all. Mr. Chairman, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Duffy, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Snoops?
No questions.
All right, we'll turn it right back to you. This is your opportunity to proceed by way of mitigation. You can question your clients, the other licensees, or you can proceed by way of proffer.
I think we'll just proffer, and mitigate. I think the mitigation, actually, a lot of this is contained in the officer's report. You'll note that the clerk that sold the Miller Lite was a new employee, hadn't completed his training. Ms. Mahal indicated that to the officer. As we were waiting to come up here today, we were chatting a little bit, and they do have 100% ID check. In fact, they have a scanner that they check with that, and understand that Mr. Hart has completed his training. He is doing the 100% ID check at this time. And quite frankly, the other thing I noticed on here is that I don't believe that this is. I don't think they've had another incident like this in years. I think they've had the place, 15 years? Is that correct?
I think that we have three violations in 15 years. Since 2007, I think there's a third violation, best of my knowledge, if I'm not forgetting.
And they do keep it, they take this very seriously in terms of the ID check and the rules and regulations of the state and the liquor board.
And I do apologize from the board. It's happened, unfortunately.
So.
All right, anything else, Mr. Robinson?
No.
All right. Mr. Chairman, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Duffy?
No questions.
Commissioner Snoops? Any
No
questions?
questions.
All right, no additional questions. We'll turn it over to the board. Mr. Chairman.
So I'm going to just throw a question. So you've got the scanner and it's working 100% of the time, basically? Is that?
Yes, when we scan the merchandise,
Yeah.
this comes up, check ID, and then we have to put the date of birth and looking at the ID.
Okay.
And then it said accepted, then we said accepted. I'm not sure that what happened because he was on training, like I said, or we'll double check if the 12-pack of Miller Lite, if was the barcode changed sometime, is don't catch it. But we'll
Okay.
double check it if why it's not showed up that day. I'm not sure it showed up or not showed up.
Okay.
Because I was not standing right next to it. I was like about 5 steps behind in my office.
Okay. Thank you. Just looking at the previous violations, you had 2. Actually, this was the 3rd within
Yes.
a 9-year period.
Yes, sir.
So, sorry for that. I'm going to go ahead and impose a fine of $500 for each count. A total of $1,000 plus court costs. And I look for a second on that.
Commissioner Duffy, I second the motion.
The motion is seconded. Any other discussion from the board? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. You're excused.
Good evening. Thank you.
Okay, the next case be Maryland Wine and Spirits, known as Maryland Wine and Spirits, LLC. Wing Tat Chung member, Joseph Bernstein clerk, Detective Zapata, number 1239, Detective T. Middleton, number 1061, Inspector Jim Ford. This is a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license with beer and wine tasting and Sunday privileges, located at 5736 Deal, Churchton Road, Deal, Maryland, 20751. There is a restriction dated 4/12/2011. All employees must be alcohol awareness certified. The violations are as follows. Violation 1 is a violation of the rules and regulations of the Board of License Commissioners for Anne Arundel County. Chapter 4, Section 4.01, little a, minors, RE, Anne Arundel County Police Report 22-701672 by Detective Zapata, number 1239, and Detective Middleton, number 1061, incident dated January 15th, 2022. Second violation of alcoholic beverage 1, titles 1 through 12, Annotated Code of Maryland, Title 6, Section 6-304, selling or providing alcoholic beverages to an individual under the age of 21. RE, Anne Arundel County Police Report 22-701672 by Detective Zapata, number 1239, and Detective Middleton, 1061. The incident dated January 15th, 2022. Any individuals wishing to testify for or against, please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly declare and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay. All right. Have a seat, please. Please state your name and addresses for the record. We'll start with the detective to my left.
Detective Middleton, Anne Arundel County Police, Western District.
Detective Charles Cepeda, Anne Arundel County Police, Western District.
Sir?
Wayne Tatchung, 6108 Tracy Overlook, Tracy Landing, Maryland, 20779.
Thank you.
Joseph Bernstein, 5154 Cedarly Drive, West River, Maryland, 20778.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Praley, yours, sir.
Inspector Harris, thank you. Detective, if you want to provide your statement of facts for the record, please.
Let it be noted that the confidential source's identity was verified through MVA records. On January 15, 2022, at approximately 3 p.m., Detective Middleton and I were working Operation SAVE, conducting alcohol compliance checks of retail businesses. We directed the confidential source, who is a male, 19 years of age, enter the establishment, which is known as Maryland Wine and Spirits, located at 5738 Deal, Churchton Road, Deal, Maryland, Anne Arundel County. We observed the confidential source enter the business. The confidential source went into the establishment and picked out a 18-pack of Bud Light beer and took it to the front counter. The confidential source was given official Anne Arundel County funds and was able to purchase the Bud Light beer from the clerk. The clerk did not ask the confidential source for identification. The confidential source subsequently exited the business and immediately turned over the alcoholic beverage to myself and Detective Middleton. We know through our training, knowledge, and experience that Bud Light beer is an alcoholic beverage. Detective Middleton and I entered the establishment, identified ourselves as police officers, and subsequently identified the clerk as Joseph Bernstein, male, Caucasian, date of birth of 10/29/49, via his Maryland driver's license. Mr. Bernstein advised that he is the manager and has been working at the store for approximately 6 years. He advised that he has had the alcohol awareness training. And Mr. Bernstein stated that he thought to see that the confidential source was a regular customer and was confused due to the mask mandate and didn't recognize him. A photograph was taken of Mr. Bernstein and in his identification and are attached to this report. A photograph was also taken of the Bud Light beer, and which is also attached to this report and subsequently was destroyed. A photograph was taken of the Anne Arundel County liquor license, which was properly affixed for all the public to see, and the cashier, Mr. Bernstein, was polite and cooperative, was very upset about making this mistake, and he said it would not happen again. A copy of this report was forwarded to the Anne Arundel County Liquor Board. This case is closed.
All right, thank you, Detective. Gentlemen, this is your opportunity to ask the detective any questions based on the statement of facts that he just read in the record. So if you have any questions, now's the time.
Well, we do admit our mistake, though. But,
Okay. This is just an opportunity to ask questions,
Yeah, okay.
and the board's going to ask some questions, then we'll turn it over to you to explain the situation. But if you have any questions, now's the time.
Okay, well, no question at all.
Okay. Sir, any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Chairman, any questions of the detective?
No questions.
Commissioner Duffy?
No questions.
Commissioner Snoops, any questions?
No questions.
All right, well, that was easy. We'll give it right back to you, and
Okay.
we'll let you go ahead and tell us what happened.
No, thank you. We just want to let the board member know that we opened business for over 8 years. We never had violation before. This is one of the mistakes we admit that we did. But we have taken action to correct the mistake. We post all the sign everywhere on the store to check ID. Even in front of register, remind all the employee to check the ID. Even though, anybody haven't known and seen before, have the ID people 100% ID check. So avoid this situation from happening again.
Do you want the board to take a look at those
Yes, please,
pictures?
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
How many employees do you have?
Two.
Just give the board a minute to take a look at these before asking any questions. All right, sir, do you have anything else you want to add before I turn it over to the board to ask you guys some questions?
No.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, any questions?
Yeah, in the picture, you had a cash register. Is that a scanner or some scanning device?
No, it's just
That-
like, that one is only the printers.
Okay,
Yeah. We don't have a scanner device yet.
okay. So moving forward,
Yeah, maybe we should look for a personal one. It's good to
Okay.
have.
no questions.
Commissioner Duffy, any questions?
No additional questions.
Commissioner Snoops?
No questions.
All right, well, we'll turn it over to the board for deliberation and a decision. Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to go ahead and impose a fine, again, congruent to our guidelines with regard to selling to minors, that we impose a fine of $350 per count for a total of $700 plus court costs. And that is a motion, and is there a second?
Commissioner Snoops, I second the motion.
Motion is seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion's carried. Good luck.
Okay. You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next case, Mayo Liquors, known as Mayo Liquors LLC. Arundel Singh Sandhu, Managing Member, Blanco Claris, Clerk, Detective Sapita, 1239, Detective T. Middleton, number 1061. Liquor Inspector is Mark Muckelbauer. This is a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license with dancing and Sunday privileges. License has late hours. Located at 1371 Marlborough Road, Lothian, Maryland, 20711. There are no restrictions. Violations are violation of the rules and regulations of the Board of License Commissioners for Anne Arundel County, Chapter 4, Section 4.01, little a, minors. Reference Anne Arundel County. Report number 22-701-674 by Detective Sapita, number 1239, and Detective Middleton, number 1061, incident dated January 15th, 2022. Second violation, Article 1, Beverages 1 through 12, Annotated Code of Maryland, Section 6, Section 6-304, selling or providing alcoholic beverage to individuals under the age of 21 years. RE, Anne Arundel County Police Report 22-701-674 by Detective Sapita, number 1239, and Detective Middleton, number 1061, incident dated January 15th, 2022. Anyone wishing to testify, please raise your right hands. Okay, do you solemnly declare and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. We'll start with the detectives. Please state your name and address for the record.
Detective Middleton, Anne Arundel County Police, Western District.
Thank you.
Good Charles Cepeda, Anne Arundel County Police, Western District.
Surinder Sandhu, 324 Highland Drive, Edgewater, Maryland, 21037.
Blanca Marquez, 574 Brightwood Road, Millsville, Maryland, 21108.
Elena Rojas, 20 Johnson Plains, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401.
Thank you. Mr. Praley.
All right, thank you. Detective, if you could please provide your statement of facts for the record.
Yes, sir. The board, this was an incident that occurred on January 15th of this year, 2022, approximately 5:20 p.m. Detective Cepeda and myself were working Operation Save, conducting alcohol sales compliance checks, retail businesses. We detected a confidential source who we verified through MVA records, 19 years of age, to enter the Mayo Liquors at 200 Mayo Road in Edgewater, Anne Arundel County, Maryland. The CS went into the store, picked out an 18-pack of Natural Light beer, took it to the front counter. CS was given official Anne Arundel County funds, was able to purchase the Natural Light beer from the clerk. The clerk did not ask the CS for any identification. The CS exited the business, immediately turned over the alcoholic beverage to myself and Detective Cepeda. We know through our training, knowledge, and experience that Natural Light beer is an alcoholic beverage. Detective Cepeda and myself entered the store, identified ourselves as police officers, identified the clerk as Ms. Blanca Marquez Claros by her Maryland driver's license, date of birth of 1/13 of 96. She advised she forgot to ask the CS for identification and that it was her first day of work. And if I remember right, it may have only been her first several hours of work. Ms. Claris advised that she has not had any alcohol awareness training. Photograph was taken of the clerk, the Anne Arundel County liquor license that was hanging on the wall, which was attached to the report. Photograph taken of Natural Light beer. It was subsequently destroyed, and then a copy of this report was forwarded to the Anne Arundel County Liquor Board. That would be our statement of facts.
All right, thank you. Now, for the licensees, this is your opportunity to ask the detective questions based on the statement of facts. It's not your no questions. No. All right, we'll turn it over to the board then. Mr. Chairman, any questions for the detective?
No questions.
Commissioner Duffy.
No questions.
Commissioner Snoops.
No questions.
All right, now is your opportunity to present your case by way of proper testimony, combination of both, and mitigation. So we'll turn it over to you, okay?
Thank you, sir. I want to start saying we really apologize for what happened. I'm not in the business to sell alcohol or tobacco to minors. I have 3 teenager kids, and the last thing I want to see is they have access to the alcohol or tobacco products. What happened is I had a managing member, he's my relative to Devinder Sandhu. He had a family emergency, and he has to go back to his country on January 10th. I have the tickets and everything here. To see his mom. So what happened is during that time I was short of staff. I didn't have any employees. So I requested, I also own several subway locations in Anne Arundel and Maryland area. So I requested Elena, she's a manager, she operates my downtown Annapolis stores. Blanca, she works in the Crofton store, so I requested them if you could come here and help me, because I don't want to close these stores and I'm really, really short staffed. So actually that day I was at the store until the 4 p.m. So Elena was there, so I was telling her, she's a tips trained, so because I had to step away to go to the church. So I was asking her, please make sure she's new and make sure she checks everybody's ID. When I came back, they told me that, and I was like so shocked. It's like purely bad luck for me. I wanted to keep the doors open for my customer. But given the, it's so hard to find employees. So I'm grateful to my employees. They try to fill up the gap for my existing employee. Another thing what we did is, right now I have 3 full-time employees, the managing member, and there's another employee, and also Lena, so they all tips trained. The reason why this happened, I have this the scanner report too. So I have had installed a check ID scanner since 2017. So somehow, so we started, because I had a violation last year. So what we did is we started scanning every single customer. So somehow the software had some glitches. So I was working with the software team to improve that, because sometimes it won't scan the IDs, or it won't take it. So I had to fill up the whole information. So I was working with them. So temporarily they took it off to make some improvements to the check ID program. So that's why she wasn't able to scan the IDs. So I do have that in place. So now they made the improvements. So we're checking 100% IDs for all the customers. So other than that, she doesn't work there anymore. She came first day. It was maybe first hour, and she's like, I don't want to do this job. Sorry, I cannot help. So Alina, she still helped me. My managing member, he just came back from India a few days ago. So I'm sure I will assure to the board. So we will make sure we'll check every single customer's ID now. That's all. Thank you.
Do you want the board to take a look at those documents?
Yeah, I think so.
Please. This is the tickets, and these are the signs I have posted in the store. And this is the scanner for since 2017.
Anything else you'd like to add?
That's pretty much it. It's very hard to run the business since the COVID started. It's hard to find employees, and especially when we're working with wearing a mask, and also customers coming inside the store wearing a mask. It's very hard to operate the business and also identify the customers.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Duffy, do you have any questions? I know you're in the middle of reviewing the documents.
Did you eventually get your scanner and ID check back working properly?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So is it in full use now?
Yeah, it's fully used now. Okay. And actually, I'm working with the software company to add a few more features to that. So there's no room, so we can make those mistakes.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Duffy. Commissioner Snoops, any questions?
No questions.
All right. With no additional questions, turn it over to the board. Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you for your presentation, but we've had pretty much 2 violations within 6-month period, unfortunately, and I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm going to impose a fine of $500 for each count, not including the court costs, and I ask for a second on that.
Commissioner Snoops, I second the motion.
A second, any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 I dissent.
Abstain?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have one abstention. The motion is carried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Next case, Parks Drive-In and Liquors, known as Lou's Liquors, Inc. Ming Men, President. William M. Leperchuk, Clerk. Detective Zapata, number 1239. Detective T. Middleton, number 1061. Inspector Jim Ford. This is a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license with wine tasting and Sunday privileges located at 454 East Bay Front Drive, Deal, Maryland, 20751. There are restrictions. They are as follows. On 10/22/2002, all employees will sell or dispense alcohol beverages must be certified in a state-approved alcohol awareness training course within 30 days of hire. First violation is a violation of the rules and regulations of the Board of License Commissioners for Anne Arundel County, Chapter 4, Section 4.01, little a, minors, RE, Anne Arundel County Police Report 22-701669 by Detective Sapita, number 1239, and Detective Middleton, number 1061. Incident dated January 15th, 2022. Second violation is a violation of the Alcoholic Beverages 1, Titles 1 through 12, Annotated Code of Maryland, Title 6, Section 6-304, selling or providing alcoholic beverages to an individual under the age of 21 years. RE, Anne Arundel County Police Report 22-701669 by Detective Sapita, number 1239, and Detective Middleton, number 1061. Incident dated January 15th of 2022. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly declare and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Please state your name and address. We'll start with the detectives.
Detective Thomas Middleton, Anne Arundel County Police, Western District.
Detective Charles Cepeda, Anne Arundel County Police, Western District.
Ming Lu, 5311, Beverage Court, West River, Maryland, 20778.
William Michael LaPerch Jr., 5611 Tiffany Drive, Churchill, Maryland, 20733.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fraley.
All right, thank you, Inspector Harris. Detective, if you could please give your statement of facts for the record.
Thank you. Let it be noted that the confidential source's identity was verified through NVA records. On January 15th, 2022, approximately 2:35 hours, Detective Middleton and I were working Operation SAVE, conducting alcohol compliance checks of retail businesses. We directed a confidential source, 19 years of age, to enter the Parks Drive Liquors, which is located at 454 East Bay Front Drive in Deal, Maryland, Anne Arundel County. We observed the confidential source enter the business. The confidential source went to the store, picked out a 12-pack of Miller Lite beer, and took it to the front counter. The confidential source was given official Anne Arundel County funds and was able to purchase the Miller Lite beer from the clerk. The clerk did not ask the confidential source for identification. The confidential source then exited the business and immediately turned over the alcoholic beverage to myself and Detective Middleton. We know through our training, knowledge, and experience that Miller Lite beer is an alcoholic beverage. Detective Middleton and I entered the store, identified ourselves as police officers, and identified the clerk as William Michael LaPerch, male, Caucasian, date of birth of 7/28/1990, via his Maryland identification card. Mr. LaPerch advised that he has only been working there for a couple of months and should have known better, and was very apologetic. He advised that he has not had the alcohol awareness training. A photograph was taken of Mr. LaPerch, and his identification are attached to this report. A photograph was also taken of the Miller Lite beer and was subsequently destroyed. A photograph was taken of the alcohol liquor license, which was properly displayed for all to see. The manager was on scene and later identified as Yang Liu, who was inside the store, but not at the sales counter. A copy of this report was then forwarded to the Anne Arundel County Police Liquor Board. This case is closed.
All right, thank you, Detective. Now, for the licensees, this is your opportunity to ask the detective any questions you may have based on the reading of a statement of facts. Do you have any questions of the detective?
No question.
No questions? No questions. Mr. Chairman, any questions of the detective?
No questions.
Commissioner Duffy, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Snoops?
No questions.
All right, well, with that, we'll turn it over to the licensees. This is your opportunity now to present your case to the board by way of proper testimony or a combination of both, but we'll turn it over to you, okay?
Okay. I just want to say, as the owner of the store, I'm really sorry for this to happen. It is not who we are. We're taking this matter very seriously. I have the store for over 10 years, and this is our first violation. I mean, for the last 2 years, it's been very hard for everyone, especially with the mask mandate, which led to Mr. LaPerce with the poor judgment. But I will learn from this incident to train my employees better and to make sure that this will not happen again. Since the incident, Mr. LaPerce had been CHIS certified. He went to the training class, and this is his certificate right here. And we also look into the ID scanner, but we have really old POS systems, so we couldn't find the one that's compatible with our system. But we will continue to look for one and make the necessary upgrade. We probably upgrade the whole POS system if we need it. And once again, I'm sorry. Just apologize.
And do you want the board to take a look at those documents?
Sure.
You have?
It's good. Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, any questions?
No questions.
Commissioner Duffy, any questions?
It was stated that the individual, the cashier, at that point in time, had not received tip training.
Yes.
So are you going to institute a policy as to 30 days or less to ensure that all employees receive tip training?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Snoops, any questions, comments?
No questions.
All right, well, with that, we'll turn it over to the board.
How many employees do you have?
3.
3. Okay, so you've got 2 to train?
Yes,
That-
the other 2 is all trained.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and impose a $350 fine per account for $700 plus costs, court costs, and I'm looking for a second for that motion.
Commissioner Duffy, I second the motion.
The motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. You're all excused. Thank you, detectives. All right, the next case is going to be Robinson Liquors. Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to testify for or against? I'm sorry.
Take a recess beforehand.
We just take a minute here.
Yep. You want to take a recess?
We're going to take a quick
5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess before starting the next case.
Good call.
We'll see you in 5 minutes.
Just got to get prepared.
Yeah.
Got to get prepared.
Yeah, I think so.
We got an escort back here.
You want right or left, right? I'm right.
Nice try.
Have you been to Tuscan Pine? Tuscan Pine. They have
Great search. It was. I thought it was very clever. How you doing, Buck? How are you? Good. Like my giant bag? Oh, yeah. What What can I say? My giant.
I figured, for some reason, I thought this place would be really crowded.
So do I.
Yeah, you know, it's like, it's good.
I just want to see
We'll be out of here by, who knows, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't sound as bad. So if that's really the case, all these people must be against it.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna make that note. Road map kind of thing.
Are you ready? Yeah, sure. Yeah, no problem at all. I'm sorry? Just checking. Yeah, we got a couple out in the hall coming in now. From out in the hall. Is that, are there more? I think so, but I don't know.
Make a motion.
Attention, we'll call to order, please. Thank you. just want to give a little roadmap where we're going tonight with this. Case is going to be as usual. The applicant's going to make their case. The public's comment will be next, both in favor and those opposed. And then the respondent case will be heard. But I wanted to make everybody know that a determination will not be made tonight by the board. So if you're looking for a vote and you want to hang around for a vote either way, it's not going to happen. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Harris.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Maloney. I'm about to call the case, and when I do, at the end of that, I'm going to ask everybody to stand that wants to testify. Raise your right hands, and I'll give you the oath. Remain standing with your hands up until I finish, please. All right, this is the case of Robinson Liquors, known as Robinson Liquors, LLC. Audrey Nicolai, member. Ronald Breeden, authorized person. Inspector David Kaufman from the Liquor Board. This is a new license located at 466 Ritchie Highway, Severna Park, Maryland, 21146. This is for a Class A license, beer, wine, and liquor, beer, wine, and spirits tasting, growlers, crawlers, and Sunday license privileges. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please stand up and raise your right hand. Remain standing with your hands up, please. Okay. Do you solemnly declare and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, please have a seat. Mr. Praley, do you want them to give the name and address when they testify?
Yeah, when they come up to testify during the public testimony portion of this, I'm going to ask everybody who just raised their right hand and said that they affirm to tell the truth to put their name and address on the record for us. And we're going to do, when we get to this portion of the hearing, we will have the public comment from those in favor first and those opposing second. But I will bring that to everybody's attention once we get to that portion of the proceeding. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so why don't we ask the attorneys to put their names and addresses on the record for us to get started.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Leanne Schreck-Goss with Boydston, Mullen, McLean, and Reed here on behalf of the applicants.
Okay.
Samuel J. Brown, B-R-O-W-N.
And I'm Brian Lyman, L-Y-M-A-N.
Both on behalf of the protestants. And if I could have a point of clarification on something, if you don't mind, Mr. Cradley.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman. We have people here tonight who are opposing, there are people here probably in support of. I'm calling a bunch of people as direct witnesses. My issue is some of the people, I may not have to call them as witnesses depending on what they say. Is it possible, you've laid down a procedure as to how you go forward, is it possible that we could go with the applicant, then with the protestant, and then the people pro and con? I'm just, that way it may save, it's up to you all, I don't know what the procedure is, but
It's fine with me if you wanted to.
Ms. Leanne, is it?
I'm in concurrence.
You're in concurrence?
Yeah.
It's fine. Fine. We'll do it that way if we think that's going to be easier.
It may make it easier on calling the witnesses.
Not a problem. No, that's fine. That's fine. All right, Ms. Schreck-Goss, well, we will let you start presenting your case.
Thank you very much. As indicated, we were here for a new Class A license for the Robinson Liquors to be located in Severna Park, Maryland. And as you can see, it's a hotly contested issue by the applicants here this evening. I'd like to begin, just start by qualifying my witnesses. So with that, I would like to begin with Mr. Breeden. Mr. Breeden, could you please state your full name and address for the record?
Ronald E. Breeden, 1102 Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
And has any of your personal information changed since the time you filed this application? Felony convictions or violations of the alcohol and beverage laws against you? How long have you lived in Anne Arundel County?
58 years.
And do you own your property?
We'll find it, yes.
Are you registered to vote?
Yes, I own it. Yes, I am registered to vote.
And you are a 1% owner of Robinson Liquors LLC, correct?
Correct.
And you will not be involved in the day-to-day operations of this business, is that correct?
Not at all.
And that you are deferring all that to your partner, Andrei Nikolaev?
Correct.
And how did you learn about this opportunity to serve as a license holder?
Through a mutual friend of ourselves.
That's correct. And have you received a copy of this board's rules and regulations?
I have.
And you understand that as a licensee, you would have to answer to this board should any violations occur at this location?
I do.
Thank you very much. I turn it over to the board for any questions you may have, or Mr. Brown, if you may have any questions of Mr. Breeden.
We'll let Mr. Brown ask questions first, and then we'll turn it over to the board. Mr. Brown, Mr. Lyman, any questions?
I've known Mr. Breeden for more years than I care to admit. I have no objection. questions to him at all about his qualifications as being on this license as a qualifier.
Mr. Lyman, I'm assuming no questions also?
Nothing. I'll defer to Mr. Brown.
All right, thanks. Mr. Chairman, any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Duffy?
No questions.
Commissioner Snoops?
No questions.
All right, Ms. Schreckengoss.
Thank you very much. I will turn it over to my next applicant. Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Hello, my name is Andrei Nikolaev. I live at 7916 Cypress Grove Lane, Cabin John, Maryland.
And has any of your personal information changed since the time we filed this application?
No, it has not.
No felony convictions or violations of the alcoholic beverage laws or gambling laws?
No.
And could you please tell the board a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it short. So my family and I moved from Russia to the United States in 2007. I attended a school here. I went to Northeastern University, and I got degrees in finance and entrepreneurship from Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts. Since then, I've been living in DMV area, Maryland, and I became a father 2 months ago. I have a son. His name is Victor. My wife, she's from Ukraine. And unfortunately, by events that's happening today, our family is in a tough spot. My in-laws, they were able to cross the border to Europe right now, but her father is still kind of in the country. So I should make sure everyone understands that I do not support this. I am more of a Ukrainian than I am Russian.
And in addition to, you operate a small IT business, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I operate a small IT company in Maryland, and also I provide merchant services, credit card payments for business.
And you currently lease your residence in Montgomery County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And your lease is up in November of this year?
Yeah, end of November.
And don't you have intentions to moving here to Anne Arundel County if this license is granted?
Yeah, my wife and I have been looking at Annapolis.
Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and put this out there. There's been some articles that have been written recently. Mr. Nikolaev, have you been recently asked if you are the son of the Russian billionaire Konstantin Nikolaev?
Yes, all the time.
And could you please confirm for the board that those are false accusations?
They are false. My father's name is Sergei Nikolaev, and so far as I know, he's not a billionaire. Unless he's good at hiding it.
And you are the 99% owner of Robinson Liquors LLC, correct?
That's correct.
And can you please tell the board what the source of funds is you're using to purchase this business?
Yeah, so I accumulate life savings. So about 15% of the project cost is coming from my own money. 85% is coming from Small Business Administration loan, SBA.
And that's through the Live Oak Bank, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. They are the #1 SBA lender in the United States.
And could you please tell the board about how much money you anticipate it'll take to get this store up and off the ground?
Approximately $3 million.
And how, you said most of that's being financed, but you're upfront,
Yeah.
you're funding 15% of that?
Do you want me to give you a breakdown?
Would the board like a breakdown of how it's going to be spent?
Sure.
Go for it.
So out of the $3 million, about $1 million is going to go for inventory. $1.5 million is going to go for the tenant build-out, meaning the construction, meaning trade fixtures, coolers, etc. And about $500,000 that's remaining that's going to go for the working capital, meaning lease agreement payments, a payroll for employees, and just operating expenses.
And this proposed store is located in the Robinson Crossing Shopping Center, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you will be next door to a future Aldi tenant?
Yes, I believe they already finished the build-out. They are getting ready to open.
And who is the property owner for this location?
It is Robinson Crossing LLC, and this is a subsidiary company of Continental Realty Corporation. They are a family-owned business out of Maryland.
And have they approved this liquor license?
Yes, they have.
And have you entered into a formal lease agreement with them?
Yes, we have.
And how long is the lease term for this?
Lease term is 10 years, and there are 3 5-year options. The space is about 22,000 square feet, and there is no percentage rent provisions.
And can you please tell the board what your background and experience is in the alcohol beverage business?
Yeah, I actually ran a really successful store out of Prince George's County. The name is Triangle Liquors Inc., DBA Drinks Market. I got rid of it, sold it last year. I bought it in October 2016. It was a really small store, and I bought the property as well. The property was big. And I converted that small store into top liquor store in PG County. And I'm really proud of this.
And were there any violations while you were either a manager or an owner of that location?
Unfortunately, yes, there was a violation when I just took the store in 2017, beginning with, I think, of April. I did have a sale to a minor when I wasn't the licensee, but I was the manager of the premises. I was still learning the business.
And have there been any violations since then?
No.
And now, obviously, you've chosen to move on and move into Anne Arundel County. Could you please explain to the board why you selected this location for a store?
Yeah, of course. So I was looking at many places in Maryland, particularly Anne Arundel County, and we've been working with K&B brokers trying to find the correct space. And this has been going on for at least about a year that we're trying to search the place. And we have many different options for the space, but we decided to focus on Severna Park because this area shows that there's more demand for alcohol than there is supply.
And I'm going to show you an exhibit that we had submitted previously to the board. Is this some of the documentation and stuff that you relied on in your one-year search in determining this is a valid location?
Yeah, correct. So if you can please look at Exhibit Anne Arundel County Tax Assessment District 3 statistical data. Please let me know when everyone's ready.
It's in the packet of materials still with.
It's a Tax Assessment District 3.
Does the board need an extra copy?
We're good.
You got there. Mr. Brown, Mr. Lyman, do you need an extra copy?
No.
Okay.
All good?
Yes.
Ready to continue? So this report is based on ESRI Geographical Information System. In the United States, there are two really big companies. It's for GIS systems. It's ESRI, and then there's Claritas. So this particular report is based on ESRI. If you go to the first page of the report, you can see a list of all the Class A and Class D licenses in that particular geographical area, being Tax Assessment District 3. You can see 4 columns: trade name, license class, off-premise sales, is business open. Those are the indicators for that particular licensee. I also broke it down between green and red colors, so you can see that green colors are Class A and Class D licensees that have off-premise sales and that are doing business, meaning they haven't closed permanently or anything like this. On top of it, there's a summary that shows you total off-premise count is 34. Total population is 206,334. And the population per licensee ratio is 6,069 people per license, which is, in my opinion, is a really good number for a new license. If you skip a few pages, you'll be able to see Census 2020 profile. This is the, I'm not going to get into this too much, but you can see the 2020 number for the population, and this is actually the census data that was conducted last year by Census Bureau. Sorry, 2 years ago, I apologize. If you skip a couple pages, you'll see a map, and there's a title, Statistical Data for Selected Geography. You can see in the boundary of the Tax District 3, you can see survey data that shows alcohol beverage at home in 2021 were 42 million and a quarter. You can see again population prediction for 2021 based on the 2020 census. You can see a breakdown between consumption of beer, wine, and liquor. Basically, a lot of useful information for you to see. And please feel free to stop me if you have any questions. I like to actually to be interrupted because my job here is for you to understand the data versus just skimming through it. So I'll be more than happy to answer any questions. This is pretty much it, that what I'm going to say for this particular exhibit, unless you have any questions. At the end also, you can see the basically the data sets and the description of where the data is coming from that was done by ESRI. And also want to point out that...
Yeah, hang on one second. What page are you currently on, just so...
So I'm looking at a page that says 2020 census. I'm already pretty much in the middle of it. So if you're looking at all the write-up...
The overview? Are you looking?
I've gone through the overview. Sorry.
It's actually
yeah.
the bottom, it says 1 of 10.
That's, okay.
Yeah. So I'm not going to go through this information because this was provided by Esri, saying how they come up with data and their data sources, unless you want me to. Other than this, this is what I have for the Tax Assessment District 3.
And this is the data, this is part of the data that you relied on determining that this location was a valid location for you to put at your new store.
Yes, I apologize. This is the data that we used for the sites to come out with a location where we can see that there is more supply than there is demand based on the ratio that you're using as a guidance. And also also the alcohol beverages consumption at home.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Fraley, I have no objection to him testifying as to what he used in order for his determination. But he is not an expert, and he doesn't have the ability to read these documents and interpret these documents. And as a result of that, I would object to anything he testifies to as to this being a good area based upon these documents. In his personal opinion, he may think this, but I object to any testimony coming from a non-expert as to documents that under Delbert and anything else would require an expert to classify and to discuss. So that is my objection. So I would, while he can explain the situation, I would object to the board even considering anything that he says on this because it has no relevance. It is quoting from other documentation that he did not create. That is basically hearsay documentation, and he's presenting that to this board. So I'm not sure how to handle that as an objection, Mr. Fraley, but that's my objection.
I'm going to let Ms. Schreckengasp respond to that.
Mr. Pillay, I would ask that these documents, this is the data that he personally relied upon in making a decision to come to Anne Arundel County. He is a fact witness using this data to determine that this was a good location for him to come to.
And I don't disagree that he has a right to do that. The issue is the board can't rely upon his testimony as to anything as to this being an area that needs a liquor store when he talks about the numbers and things like that. The board can't take any of his testimony into credibility. It can only look at him as to why he targeted Anne Arundel County. He's testifying right now as an expert saying, this is what ARC says, this is what everything is here, and he can't testify.
Understood. We're going to overrule it for the time, Mr. Brown. You're free to make that objection again if you think that he gets into opining more and more as to these particular documents. For the time being, we'll continue on. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I will also have our expert validate this documentation as well when I call him. Do you have anything further that you want to just mention with respect to the?
Well, with respect to the conversation that we're having right now, I do want to say that I'm not an expert. I agree 100%. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a businessman who makes a determination where there's going to be good business. I do want to point out that ESRI is the geographical information system being used by Anne Arundel County.
Objection.
Understood.
We'll have Mr. Patton go to that when we get to him. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
With that, though, I would like to move this in as an exhibit.
Absolutely. It'll be admitted. It was provided as part previously.
Do you need a clear copy?
We don't need copies. You can.
Okay, you don't need it. All right. Are the exhibits going to be labeled as applicants 1? How do you, just so I can keep them consistent for my own records?
Yeah, if you want to call it applicants 1.
Thank you very much. You do need a copy?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Schreckengasp. I thought you meant did the board need it?
Oh,
yeah, perfect. Yeah, for the record, great. Thank you.
So you've discussed a little bit of why you picked this location. Can you tell the board why you decided on such a large space?
Yes, I can. And the idea is to provide the whole new customer experience to customers. I will talk about the floor plan a little bit later on, but basically, please don't think that I'm trying to build a 22,000 square foot store where I'm going to use every inch of it to stock bottles. That's incorrect. Once we get to the floor plan, which has been submitted to the board members, you will see that the majority of the space is being used for the passageways, for the customers, for the employees, and for the delivery drivers that are going to be delivering products from the distributors. I ran a store in PG County. That store was about 5,500 square feet at that time, and I have noticed that this is just not enough space to maneuver, especially for customers where they want to shop. You don't want to get into someone's private space. You want to have enough maneuverability to have positive experience in the store. Hence, My point being, this is why I would like to build a store that's going to provide positive customer experience.
And you mentioned the floor plan. The board should have a copy of the floor plan in their file.
How would you like to handle this one?
Give me 1 second.
And just so we're on the same page here, Mr. Reckengas, what document is that where the
application, right?
Application, gotcha.
Yep. Yeah, it's the floor plan that was attached to the application. We also have color copies if the board would like some of those for the...
Don't color copies. You want color?
Yeah, if you have it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
You need to give that to... Mr. Brown does not have a color copy either.
Here you go, sir. If you would like it.
You can just pull it out.
And I have one more.
Yep, I have extra copies.
Here you go.
You just
share this one. Oh, you want to pull it up?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
There you go. You can take it together.
Should we just give him the copy and take the rest
Yeah,
of it?
you can,
Take the rest of it?
yeah.
Do we want this as applicants too?
We can take
Yes,
it out
please.
for you, and
You can take that out. That's yours. It's yours to keep.
I can do
Yeah.
it for you.
I didn't get this.
Just 1 page?
2 pages.
It's 2 pages.
Oh, it's 2 pages. It is the second page also. My
It's
fault.
just
I
a
thought
blow
that
up
was
of.
it.
It's
I
just a
thought-
blow up of the legend.
I've got this one.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. All right, Mr. Brown, do you have any objection to these?
Subject to my cross-examination, no.
These will be admitted as applicants too.
So the only difference between this floor plan that you see right now, the colorful one, from the one that was submitted, that it provides you the basically the ratio between the trade fixtures that are being used to sell alcohol and the passageways and other things. So if you look at the floor plan, the majority of it is a sales floor area marked as blue. You can see that the total area for that particular space is approximately 16,625 square feet. If you take away all the trade fixtures, and by trade fixtures I mean shelving, checkout lanes, customer service, coolers, and tasting area, you will see that there is 11,982 square feet that's being used as a passageway area, making it 72% of that space. If you look at the next one, which is marked as green, you will see the receiving floor area, or you can also call it storage. So this is basically the area that we are using for deliveries to come in and to put products until they're being stocked on shelves. You can see that this entire area is approximately 2,745 square feet, and 1,867 of it is being used as a passageway for maneuverability, which is 68% of that space. Office, kitchen, safe, IT room, that's all being used for the employees. So I'm not going to go into the passageway, but you can see this is 1,082 square feet. Janitor closet, not going to touch this one. Public restrooms, not going to touch this. But you can see the total store area for the passageways is 15,150 square feet, making 73% of the total square feet area. So my point being is, again, we're not trying to stock liquor everywhere we can in all this space. No, we want to create a proper shopping experience. Do you have any questions about the floor plan? Okay. We can continue.
And could you please tell the board what your proposed hours of operation will be for this location?
So far, I thought about 10 a.m. to 11 p.m., and this will submit an application. If we see that demand fluctuates at different hours, we'll request a change from the board for this.
And will you personally be running this location?
Yes, I will be.
And you will also be hiring managers to help you, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you understand that any managers you would hire would have to be registered with this liquor board?
Correct.
And how many employees do you anticipate hiring to operate the store?
Tough question to answer. In the beginning, as I mentioned on the application, I assume it's going to be somewhere between 10 to 15 people just to start the store at the grand opening. But throughout all this time, I do anticipate we'll have anywhere from 25 to 50 employees running the store. And these employees, they will be 3 managers on duty and assistant managers, and the rest going to be cashiers and stockers. And I do want to bring to your attention that the 3 managers are there to cover 3 shifts, 8-hour shifts, because basically we have the time when the store operates, then we have the time when the store is closed, and all the stockers have to put products on shelf, just so we don't bother the customers during their shopping time. I've done this before, and I think this is the best way to stock the store.
And what type of alcohol awareness training will your employees undergo?
So obviously PAM awareness training. They will get PAM certificates, all the employees. This is what we have done before when I used to own the other store. So that's number 1. Number 2, we have our own employee handbook with policies and procedures that we give them. And there are quizzes there for them to take to figure out how to go without selling to a minor. And number 3, we also, and we don't require this, what I said earlier, that's a requirement. Also, we have an option of participating in WSET training. It's basically wine and spirits educational training for professionals in liquor industry, where they learn about different type of liquor, beer and wine. But again, that's optional. If they would like to participate, we will do this.
And who provides that training?
WSET, Wine Spirits Educational Training. It's an organization, and that's a worldwide organization. I hold level 1.
And can you please tell the board what your carding policy will be for this location?
Yeah, so the POS terminals, POS system, or cash registers that we have, they allow for scanning of driver's licenses, and this is our preferred method of verification. Occasionally, if we see that an elderly person comes to the store and he's getting frustrated and asking us questions of why I'm going to give my ID to you guys, you can see that I'm over 21, we're not going to bother him. There is a bypass for a cashier to use where he manually enters the age of a customer, and we have an overhead camera that's recording this transaction. So then me or managers can verify what happened at that manual bypass of scanning of the driver's license. Also, I was asked by someone to make a request to add another form of identification. This person is requesting that we add, that the board adds Blockbuster membership card as a form of ID, saying that no underage person will even know what this is.
And could you please tell the board, other than the size of your store and the layout of your store, what is going to set you apart from other nearby locations?
As I mentioned earlier, it's the whole customer experience that we'll be providing, especially tastings. I know that a lot of liquor stores do tastings, and being familiar with the industry, most of the time tasting is conducted by a third party that was hired by a distributor to conduct the tasting. And I don't really like this. I prefer my own employees doing the tastings for the customers because they're not being biased. If you have a company coming in for the tasting, they're focusing on that particular brand, not forcing you, but suggesting you buying that brand. If it's our employee who's doing the tasting, he can pretty much sell whatever he wants. He can guide you into anything that you prefer in the store.
And if the board decides to grant this license down the line, how long do you anticipate the build-out will take?
Well, from start to finish, when the grand opening happens, it's going to be 5 months. The build-out itself, that's going to take about 3 months to complete. Then we have another 2 months to put trade fixtures, coolers, and just to get all the employees ready and stock the shelves. So again, from the moment the license is issued, 5 months.
And you gathered petitions in support of this application, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was a little bit of a different, unconventional method compared to what this board has seen in the past, is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you please explain to the board how you went about gathering your petition signatures?
Yes. So the main reason you have to understand, we do not have brick and mortar presence in Anne Arundel County. So it was difficult for us to figure out a way how we can go about collecting those signatures. And door to door, going door to door to each resident, that doesn't work anymore, in my opinion, and especially after COVID, not that many people want to interact with you in person. So we had another way of sending out, we had a list of residents, and we sent out flyers by mail to our list of residents, where we're asking them showing them what we're doing. We submitted pictures, 3D pictures of our build out, and we asked them for their support. And this is what they did. They were able to figure out how to go on a website, submit the support to us, and I understand we're going to get to this exhibit a little bit later to talk about.
Yeah, and the board is in receipt of the petition signatures that were captured up to February 25th. I do have for the board, which I emailed over today, signatures from February 25th until now. So, Mr. Brown, did you need a copy?
I have a copy, thank you.
I would like to admit the ones that are already in evidence and these as the additional applicants Exhibit 3.
Mr. Brown.
I have an objection for everything. We know that.
I knew it was coming.
Now, if you look at the petition, do you have it in front of you? Have you seen the petition?
Yeah.
Okay. If you look at our petition that we filed, and what we do is, everybody on there was a sophomore at Severna Park High School. Well, wait a minute, not everybody. But we don't know who those people were. Why? Because there's no age. And there's nothing on there. Every petition that we file with this board always shows I am over the age of 21. We have no idea if anybody on that petition is over the age of 21. That petition has, I think there were 300 and some names on it, 83 pages or so times 4, 332 names on it, okay? Now, I'll have some other questions as to how many houses he sent it to and things like that. But you can't accept a petition when you can't verify the age of anybody on there and the residence of anybody on there. If you look at the petition, you will find, which I think you've already looked at the petition to some degree, that the people who signed it were from Reisterstown, Ellicott City, Alexandria, Arlington, New Jersey, Chicago, Illinois, Europe, Huntington, Maryland, Severn, Maryland, Brownsville, Kiev, Ukraine, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Millersville, Maryland, Boynton Beach, Florida, Baltimore, Pasadena, Glen Burnie, Arnold, and Severna Park. So there are some people from the area. The question is, what good is a petition for you that is signed by somebody where they put their home and their address as Kiev, Ukraine? What benefit is it to you when you see one of the people on there is the landlord and who sent the letter to the board supporting it? And how can this board accept a petition when you have no idea if anyone in the petition is over the age of 20? That is my objection to that document coming in. I don't think it has any validity at all.
Noted. Mr. Eckengast, you want to respond to that?
I am going to turn it over to Mr. Nikolaev to respond to that response.
Yeah.
To explain to the board exactly how the signatures can be verified.
Well, I got to rule on the objection first before we move forward on this, and I'm gonna overrule the objection right now. I'm gonna let him add some more testimony in to see where those signatures came from, and then if you want to lodge another objection, we'll consider it at that point.
But her first comment bothers me a little bit. She wants him to tell how the signatures can be verified.
Well, let's let him testify as to what he's going to say, and then you obviously have the right to cross-examine him on where the signatures came from as well. But at this point, it's going to be overruled. We'll let him testify a little bit more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fraley. Could you please address Mr. Brown's concerns and his objection for the board?
Yes, of course. As you can see on the first page of list of petitioners, and I do have colorful copies if you would like to see this, but it's pretty much the same thing. So the first column tells you the name of the person. The second column tells you their phone number, email, city and zip code that they provide where they live. Then we collect the digital signature where they have to manually sign on the website, like you'll do in DocuSign or in things like this. And then we provide geolocation details. This is something that the petitioner does not see. This is something that we see in the back end, where that petition came from. Are there people that signed in Alexandria? Yes, they were. But as you can see in their city and zip code, they live in the area. Just if you receive that petition and then you end up going somewhere, you're not going to sign it. You're going to wait until you get to your house. No, you're going to sign it on your phone. About Europe, about Kiev, I admit, 3 slipped. This is my IT team when they were testing that form. The new one does not show it. So we have 339 petitioners. If Mr. Brown were cross-checked, he will not see these names anymore.
I mean, what can I say? If I would cross-check, I mean, the issue is, still hasn't shown that anybody on this petition is over the age of 21. I mean, and that's a concern too, because you don't want the senior class at Severna Park High School, Broadneck High School, or Old Mill coming in and signing saying we want a liquor store close by because it's so big. And just like the name of his old place up in Prince George County, it's called Drinks up there, D-R-A-N-K-S. You know, we don't want to have an attractive nuisance, as I refer to it, where kids are going to want to come in. So I don't know where any of these came from, except, and as I look through here, I see on the right-hand side where they signed, I see it's a very expensive procedure that they went through in order to get it. But that still doesn't make them valid. And there's, as he said, there's a way to verify. So that means we got to call up every person, find out if it was a signature or not. And then we look at signatures like this, which make no sense whatsoever. And so you have my objection. I just don't think it's a valid document. When you bring in a petition, which is people who are testifying out of court, basically, in here, and you're bringing in to verify who they are, I don't think you can use this petition.
I understand, and we're going to overrule it. We're going to admit the document. The board will give it the weight it's worth. We have your objection noted on the record.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions about the list of petitioners?
Not at this time. I think the board may ask some questions after Mr. Brown cross-examines.
Mr. Nikolaev, have you received a copy of this board's rules and regulations?
Yes, I have.
And you understand that as a licensee, if the board were to grant this license, you would have to answer this board should any violations occur at your store?
Yes, I understand.
And you agree to accept those responsibilities?
Yes, I do.
I have nothing further of Mr. Nikolaev at this time.
Okay. Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Nicolai, you used to own a liquor store in Prince George County, correct?
That's correct.
And when you took over the liquor store, how many square feet was it?
The business itself was approximately 2,500.
Okay. And when you sold that liquor store, how many square feet was it?
5,500.
Okay. Didn't you increase the size of it to 9,500 square feet?
I requested the board to do that, but I did not proceed forward.
So therefore, the board didn't approve it? You go from 5,000 to 9,500 square feet?
No, the board approved it.
And you didn't do it?
I didn't do it.
Well, did the people there that own it now do it?
I don't know. I don't. Well,
wait. The people that own it now are your sister and your father, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So therefore, you took a business in Prince George County. You started out at 2,500 square feet. You went more than twice the size of it. You applied to go 4 times the size of it. And then before you applied for this license in December of this year, last year, you transferred it to your sister and your father.
That's correct.
For how much money?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead.
You can answer the question.
So the deal was valued for the business at $2 million, but technically it was a gift to my sister for the financial planning purposes.
So, and by the way, who owns the land that the business is on?
I do, and my father.
And who gets the rent for that land?
I do.
Okay, so you have a financial interest indirectly in that place because as good as that liquor license up there does, you get the rent for
Objection.
that store, correct?
Overruled.
Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it a percentage rent, sir, or is it a fixed rent?
Fixed rent.
Okay. And how much is that fixed rent a month?
$19,250 a month.
So you get $20,000 a month for a 5,000 square foot liquor store.
5,500.
Okay. By the way, is that the total square footage, or have you taken out the aisles and the storage areas and things like that?
That's the total. If I may add as well, the expansion that you're talking about, the 9,000 square foot, that's included. They're paying me money for the space.
So therefore, it has expanded to 9,000?
Demolition was done, but they have not gone further.
Oh, okay. Look, the board wants to know facts. Let's go with the facts. you have approval from Prince George County to move your 2,500 square foot liquor store up to 9,500 square feet roughly, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you may
Objection,
not
that's a
have done it.
mischaracterization of the facts. The store currently is 5,000 something square feet. Before he sold the business, he got approval to expand it.
I understand that.
Just want to make sure the facts are straight on the record.
No, I'm not trying to misrepresent. You had an original liquor store there of 2,500 square feet, and you filed with the board after you got the 5,500. Now you filed with the board to get the 9,500, which was approved, correct?
Correct.
And then you sold it to your sister for $2 million, but you got no money for it, correct?
Technically correct.
Okay. And in that 9,500 square feet is included in the rent that you're getting of nearly $20,000 a month, correct?
Correct.
And in that 9,500 square feet, the demolition has been done. And the only reason you transferred that liquor license to your sister and your father was so that you could apply in Anne Arundel County, correct?
Incorrect.
So you had, you were doing IT work after that?
I still do, yeah. Emergency service provider.
And do your sister or your father live with you?
My sister does.
Your sister lives with you, okay. And your sister, does she pay you rent?
At my house?
Yes.
No.
So you leave a 9,500 square foot approved liquor store in Prince George County, and you come to Anne Arundel County where you ask for a 22,023 square foot liquor store, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you filed your application in Anne Arundel County, this is the documents you filed. You know, I still can't pronounce your last name right, and I apologize.
It's okay.
So, if I call you Leanne, is it okay?
That's perfectly acceptable.
Call me Sam if you want to. Or Mr. Brown.
I love camaraderie in these.
We've known each other a long time. Okay.
Come on, Schreckengast is not that hard. Just
It is when you're tongue-tied like me. Now, you filed an application in Anne Arundel County for a liquor license, correct?
Can you please repeat the question?
You filed a license in Anne Arundel County for an application for a liquor license, correct? And this is your license, is that correct, the application you filed? Or I'm looking at the application that they filed.
Yeah, that's
I'm
correct.
looking at paragraph 8 on that application. You see paragraph 8? Will you read that out loud to the board?
What's the page number?
Page 1 of the application.
Me?
Yes.
The applicant has never been judged guilty of violating the laws governing the sale of alcoholic beverages or for the prevention of gambling in the state of Maryland as follows.
Now that's false, isn't it, sir? That's wrong. You said, true, you've never been a judge, but that's false, isn't it? You were found guilty in Prince George County by paying the fine for violating the liquor board laws by selling to a minor in 2017. Isn't that correct?
No. Because...
Well, no?
Mr. Brown, his testimony
I know. Go ahead. Finish.
was that he was a manager at the time that violation occurred. He was not a licensee at the time the violation occurred.
Well, let's look at that with ownership documents that we have from back in 2007.
One second, Mr. Brown. Just for the record, we are on the form application.
That's correct.
That's
Paragraph
correct.
8. Got it.
Question 8, yeah.
Got it. I just want to make sure the record's clear from where we're coming from.
So what you were saying is that you were the manager back then, and you bought the thing how long after that? How long after that violation occurred in, let's see, I've got the violation right here. May 11, 2017, at 7:40 p.m., the inspector came in and they sold alcoholic beverages. You sold alcoholic beverages to a minor, correct?
Me as a manager, yes.
Okay, all right.
But you were not the employee who sold the alcoholic beverage, and you were not a named licensee at the time. Is that correct?
This is my question.
Yeah, we'll
I
let you redirect
apologize.
after that. It's all right. It's all right. Go ahead. Continue, Mr. Brown.
Okay. So, in fact, so there was a violation there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so even though you were the manager and in charge and the one who they provided the documentation to, you still answered question 8 that you never had a violation, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. Now, turn over to the next page if you don't mind. And look at the section there where it talks about criminal offenses. Have you ever been convicted of a criminal offense? You see that at the top where you said false, meaning that you have been convicted of a criminal offense?
Right here, number 14.
Number 14?
Yeah, for the record, this is page 2 of the application, number 14.
Now, it's true that you were convicted of a DWI back in 2017, right around the same time that this violation occurred at the liquor store. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And so the license, the application doesn't ask what your violation was, does it?
No.
So you didn't have to fill that out. You just had to say that you've been convicted of a criminal offense, correct? Which
Correct.
you were, okay. And was that your first DWI?
Yes, it was the first.
And have you had any other criminal charges other than that DWI?
No.
Now, if I could take that back from you, I'm sorry. I figured you had copies, Leanne, so I didn't bring copies of that.
I do actually have it.
Okay, if I could have that one back, thank you. Now, Mr. Chairman, we filed with the board exhibits, and these are the exhibits that came in the first packet of exhibits, and we didn't bring 6 copies because you should have them. What I'm looking at right now is the memorandum that starts on July 21st, 2017. It's from Prince George County. It's the documentation that came in from Prince George County. Do you have that copy, Leanne?
July 21.
Right now. Can you show me which one it is? Which exhibit was it numbered in your? Oh, yes, okay.
You got that one?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. This is just to confirm that you have, that's the July 21, 2017 memorandum where you were presented an offer and compromise, you accepted a fine and paid $1,500. And look up the top where it says, to Andre Nicola, President, CEO. So you were the owner of this company when the violation was paid for, correct?
Yeah, I bought the company with them.
Now, if you don't mind, the last line in that first paragraph.
Right, it's
Now,
not
by the way, you know how important it is for people to be tips, tams trained, correct? To
Yes,
know how
sir.
to serve alcoholic beverages.
Yes, sir.
And you know that Prince George County required your people who you were managing in the store to appear for a training class, correct?
Correct.
But your people didn't show up, did they?
Not for that training, correct?
Well, in fact, look at the last sentence in that July 21, 2017 memorandum. It says, it was noted that the employees who were signed up for the class failed to attend. And the sentence before that says, the other component to the violation that occurred was that all members of your establishment attend the mandatory alcohol awareness training that was scheduled for July 20th, 2017. Sir, you were the manager, you were the owner, but yet you didn't make your people who violated this license, the license itself, and sell alcohol beverage to appear. Why?
Because they were scheduled for another training.
Well, wait a minute. So you don't listen to what the liquor board tells you to do, and you go to another training?
I made a mistake with this, correct?
So you made a mistake there, you made a mistake with the DWI, and you... Okay, let's get into those. So this whole package I moved in originally. I have other documents coming from it. I'll be asking that the board take judicial notice of all those.
Sure.
And just so we also look at the document.
May I, was this your first exhibit that you've moved in?
That'll be the first exhibit I moved in.
Thank you.
And Mr. Brown, are you moving in the whole package of materials or
I'd like
just?
to move in the whole package of materials if I can and go through them individually, if that
Sure.
makes sense.
Mr. Eckengast, do you have an objection?
I don't.
Okay, all right, let's get that marked just so we have it.
That whole package of materials should consist of...
Is it the package that starts with your letter of February 25th, 2022?
Yes, and
Okay.
it has stapled sections together on the thing.
Sure.
One is dated July 21st, 2017. The next one has 2018, 2019 at the top. The third one is Prince George County Board of License Commissioners on February 5th of 2020, that packet. The fourth one is a copy of their quick link dated 2/18/22, where he talks about his store. You have that? It's a packet that they presented with their application. 6 pages.
It looks like this.
Okay.
That's it in there.
I'm just making sure ours are stapled together the right way. Yeah.
Okay.
You got it.
And then the last part of that package is deeds to the land.
I have it. I just want to make sure for the record that we have it. Just okay, great.
And the last part of that package is deeds to the land in Prince George
Sure.
County to show who the ownership of the land is, where the liquor store in Prince George County is located. Now, as we go through the package, the second section of that package is 3 pages. Okay? If you have a copy, but if not, I'll show you my copy. Now, these documents here show your ownership interest in your company. Now, the first document says 2018-19. Look up top, it says that you own 75% of the company, and Rajesh Saxena owns 25% of the company.
Yeah, that's correct.
And who was that?
That was the previous owner.
Okay. Now, that was 2018-2019. Go to the next page, if you don't mind, and it shows Triangle Liquors, Inc., and it's dated May 15, 2017, 2 years earlier, and it says you own 4,000 shares of the stock. You see that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay? So that's wrong, isn't it? Either page 1 or page 2 is wrong, correct?
Why is it wrong?
Well, go to the third page. Let's go to the third page. And I want you to look in the third page. It says, how many shares of stock have been issued to you? And that's February 21st of 2021. What does it say there? 1,000 shares, right?
Correct.
So the question is, do you own 75% like you said in 2018-19? Do you own 4,000 shares like you said in 2017? Or do you own 1,000 shares like you said in 2021?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. You can answer.
Which one, sir? What's the right answer?
It's a very good question. I'm not a bookkeeper.
But wait a minute. Isn't this your signature?
That's correct.
On the stock certificate, the second document?
Correct.
And in the third document? Who signed that one?
I did.
Okay. And in this document, you acknowledge you had a DWI in 2017, correct?
Yes,
It's
sir.
been asked and answered. You don't need to.
Now let's look at the next document. It's titled across the top, Prince George County Government. You had your corporation forfeited in 2020 because you didn't pay retail sales tax. Isn't that correct?
That's not correct.
Oh, okay. What was the reason it was forfeited?
If I may interject a legal argument here.
Sure.
If we look at this document that he's referring to, which is this one right here, it is dated February 5th, 2020. If you look at the State Department ID number here, which is W170000522, that is not Triangle Liquors, Inc.
Well, ma'am, I don't know that. I have it.
Well, hold on. Which document are we looking to
Right here,
specifically?
first page.
Because, okay, it's the last one.
It's the first page, and then it's the third and the last packet document. It's the one that starts at February 5th, 2020. It says, to Triangle Liquors, 1409 Ritchie Marlboro Road,
Sure.
Capitol Heights.
Okay.
And then it says that the tax year, yes, comments.
I got it. I'm on the same page.
So you're telling me that the county made a mistake and they were wrong and you didn't forfeit, you weren't forfeited?
That is correct.
Okay. And so the other documentation attached here is the 2021 document, the Affidavit of Compliance, which is a bulk sale where you were transferring the license to your sister and your father, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the name of the company up in Prince George County was Drinks, D-R-I-N-X Market?
Yeah, that's a trade name.
Okay. Now, did you actually go through with this settlement?
Settlement of transferring license?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you actually sell all your stock in the company?
Correct.
When? Because your application says that you had contracted to sell, but it doesn't say what you did sell. So when did you sell?
This was last year when we were transferring the license. I cannot give you the exact date.
Well,
I can provide the documentation for that, Mr. Brown.
well, December 14th, 2021 was the bulk sales affidavit, so we know it wasn't settled before that day, right?
Not the full settlement. Transfers were done.
The transfers with the liquor board were done.
Correct.
All right. Now, the next document is the one dated 2/18/22. It's the quick links. You see that one?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind, if we just go through this for a second.
No, I don't have it, so
2/18/22, Mr. Brown.
It looks like this.
thank you.
Okay. Gotcha.
Looking at the first page, it says, Robinson Liquors is a retail store specializing in alcoholic beverages which will offer over 2,800 beers, wines, and spirits. Is 2,800 a big number? Is that a lot?
Relatively to what?
Well, Fish Boss has 7,400. They have 7,400 SKUs for alcoholic beverages. And a 2,500 square foot building, place that you'll hear from them later on, has 2,500. So I'm trying to figure out what the uniqueness is, because that's one of the requirements to look in the liquor board, is 2,800 beers, wine, and spirits doesn't seem like a lot of variety.
Incorrect, because you have to understand what an SKU stands for. SKU stands for stock keeping unit.
I knew that, yes.
Yeah, it does not mean that it's a particularly unique item. It can be 750 milliliter, it can be a pint, half pint, 100 ml.
But the SKU goes based upon the volume and based upon the name of the product. It's a different product. That way you can scan it in at the register and you can turn around and figure out what the price is, right? So 750 is not the same as 1.5.
The number 2,800 beers, wine, and spirits is not SKU. It's the unique products they were selling, the brands. For example, Tito's Vodka, it can have anywhere like about 6 SKUs.
Now the question is, did you go to the other liquor stores around your area to determine what they sell?
In area of Severna Park?
Well, your expert who's going to testify later says that your liquor store will draw people from up to 30 miles away. He says 20 miles and he says 25 and 30. So you expect to draw people from up to 30 miles away. But he also has in his report 5-minute drive, 10-minute drive, and 15-minute drive. Did you drive to all the liquor stores in the 5, 10, and 15-minute drive in order to determine what they sell?
Not each store.
You said we are young and rapidly growing small business. Well, if this is your only business, how can you be a rapidly growing business?
I do want to bring to your attention, you are specifying what's written in the description on the website. It was not written by me, it was written by a content manager.
Well, wait a minute. This was done under your permission. This is
Correct.
Part of the application you made to the liquor board, wasn't it?
This?
Yeah.
No. Was it?
No, it was submitted as an exhibit. It's not.
As an exhibit, I'm sorry. It was submitted by you all as an exhibit to the liquor board. And so somebody under your payroll control or you hired came up with this, correct?
Yeah, content manager.
And I'm assuming that you wouldn't let anybody put anything out publication-wise and all that unless you approved it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So therefore, you approved this where it says we are young and rapidly growing small business, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you say our mission is to provide the best selection of beverages at the most competitive prices in a way that has never been done before. What does that mean?
That basically reflects the competitive prices, meaning that we're going to provide the same prices as other stores, and a way that has never been done before. That's talking about the customer experience.
Well, you're aware, are you not, that when you buy from a distributor, you get quantity discounts, don't you?
Same as any other liquor store in Maryland.
Same other. But most of the other liquor stores in your area don't have the storage space that you have. So you have the ability, based upon your 22,000 square feet, to buy odd lots, to buy quantity, and as a result of buying quantity of a specific thing, you get a much reduced price, don't you?
Same as any other liquor store in Maryland.
Same as any other liquor store, if they have 22,000 square feet to store something in. But while we're at that, how high are your ceilings in your place?
I do not know.
Well, how high do you plan on building your shelves up?
7 feet?
7 feet?
Yeah.
But I was out there today looking at your store.
Yeah.
Okay? And I just decided to walk a little bit. And there are pretty high ceilings in there. And you would acknowledge that you have a lot of storage in that space, don't you? You can use a lot of space for storage, correct?
At the ceiling?
Yeah. Up this, you could stock cases of liquor against the back walls and all the way up to the ceiling if you wanted to, couldn't you?
I don't think that's going to be allowed. You probably can go maybe as high as 4 boxes.
Where do you get that information?
Well, the inspectors are going to come to the store. It's a hazard for customers if the boxes fall down. You cannot stock it all the way to the ceiling that the space is. I mean...
Well, you could put shelves there and put them on shelves up to the ceiling, couldn't you?
As high as the shelves, yeah. Yeah.
Now, looking at the rest of this, you say in the next paragraph, chances are if you live in Maryland, you don't get to see many large liquor stores. Are you aware that you're only the fourth application in the state of Maryland to go over 10,000 feet? You're the fifth one. And the three were to go above 10,000 feet already existed. And one that tried to go up above 10,000 feet initially was denied. So you know that the only application in the state of Maryland so far denied by the Comptroller's Office for over 10,000 feet has been denied.
I'm not aware.
So you didn't check that out? You didn't talk to anybody at the Comptroller's Office?
Personally, no.
You say, we are a small business liquor store which happens to be big. We would like to make a large footprint to give a better customer experience. Now that better customer experience is wider aisles so they can maneuver and walk around.
Yep. I want to make sure that you understand that when you say you are saying, that's not me writing things.
It's what?
That's not me writing things. I want to make sure you understand that.
You've already acknowledged, sir, that you gave approval for this.
Correct.
Now, when you sent the things out in the mail, how many households did you send your SKU, your scan? That was part of your application, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Scan and SKU? Okay. How many did you send out?
I know the total thing cost $4,000 to send it out, and I know it was 3 or 4 zip codes.
Okay. So, and to send it out was $4,000, and you have bulk mailing, so what do you get? 10 cents a piece, 15 cents a piece to mail them out?
I do not recall.
Well, how many pieces do you think you sent out? I'm trying to figure out if you sent out 20,000 of these and you only got back 332 names, why you consider that a reflection of the community that they support you?
I think there were, probably 10 to 15,000.
Okay, so you sent out 10 to 15,000.
I think.
And you only got 332 back, correct?
339.
39. And of that 339, you had to send a note out to some people saying that if you had trouble, they can re-sign and send it back in.
Yeah,
So
unfortunately.
how many of these are duplicates?
Out of the 339, none.
So you checked every one of them?
Correct.
You personally?
Personally. And that thing that you saw about Kiev, that's actually people testing to make sure the form is working.
But you
Because of
kept
that
them in
troubles.
your list?
Yeah, they slipped in the original list.
So the people from Kiev who signed on there are part of your 339, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, I see them on the list. I went through and I got all their names off of it.
The list that was submitted to the board today.
Oh, so you have a revised one submitted where you took the names off?
Correct.
So the Kiev people came off?
Correct. And it resulted in 339 unique ones. There were 2 people that not affiliated with me, it's not from my IT company, that also submitted a duplicate. I cleared them out as well.
And the landlord, by the way, the landlord representative who wrote a letter to the board on your behalf signed it too, didn't he? Down in Florida, Boynton Beach, Florida.
Yeah. The local landlord in Maryland.
Yes.
Signed it while he was in Florida.
You want to tell us how long over a period of time you had these things sent out and how long it took you to collect 332 signatures?
Probably about 3 weeks. From the moment we made the order.
By the way, you already applied for your building permit?
Yeah.
And have you received it?
Yes.
Is your lease a contingent or non-contingent lease?
What do you mean?
Is it contingent upon getting this application approval?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so why did you already apply for a building permit and pay a couple $1,000s for that if you don't have approval yet?
This was part of the lease. They gave me a deadline of when I have to receive the building permit, and I have to comply.
And when did you apply for it?
When did I apply for the building permit? I do not know. I have to ask the architect.
How long ago?
I know the plans were finished.
Objection, relevance.
We'll allow it.
Go ahead.
Good.
I know the plans, they were done sometime end of October, beginning of November. I'm assuming that's when the board starts, that's when the architect starts submitting the building permit. And there was a big holdup with health department that was not understandable why. And then finally we were able to, architect was able to reach out to health department and they said, yeah, we found it, approved. So that process took a really long time because it was getting delayed by
And
health
you've already
department.
picked up your permit?
I think the architect did, yes.
Okay, have you started any demolition in there?
No, we have not touched anything.
But the wall has been put up between you and Aldi's, right?
This was done by the landlord to separate the space, which was Food Line.
And in the back of the building, do you have a joint loading dock area?
We do not.
Okay, so it's completely separate, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talked about the wide aisles. Will you have any mechanical lifting devices which allows you to lift the pallets up and things like that that you need the wide aisles for?
I have not done this before, I don't think so. We use the ladders.
Use what?
Ladders.
Ladders.
It's the stocking ladders. They're wide.
And why in your documentation you sent out to the world say, Robinson Liquors is not a corporation? You are a corporation, aren't you?
If you want to speak technically, yeah, we are a limited liability company, no, not a corporation. The point was being made here that I'm not a large corporation with stockholders, shareholders, and things like this. I'm a small businessman.
But you will admit that
Two-man
things in
shop.
these quick links are a little bit misleading. When you say you're not a corporation, you're a rapidly growing small business, and things like that. That's not all accurate, is it?
Why not?
I'll let the board decide that. By the way, how many checkout aisles do you have here? Is this reflective of what you're going to have?
Yeah.
The 6 checkout aisles?
Correct.
Now, I'm not sure how much description. Does the board know where this location is? Okay, down in the gully where the old, was a Food Line, I guess, was there?
Yeah.
Where, pardon me? Where the Celebrate's behind it and now it's the Aldi's going in? Okay, all right. Now, you can't come out of that property and go northbound directly out of that property onto Ritchie Highway, can you? You can only come out.
You can.
There's two exits. One on Ritchie Highway where you can only go south, and one on Robinson Road where you'd have to turn left on Robinson Road, then come up to Ritchie Highway and turn left to get out north, or take a right and go through Benfield area to 97, right?
Correct.
Because you,
Route
do you support your expert's opinion that people will come from up to 25 miles away in order to frequent your store?
Yes, I do.
So you would expect to draw people in more than the 5, 10, 15-minute distance, correct?
Correct.
By the way, how do you measure 5 minutes? I mean, how do you know when it takes 5 minutes to get from one point to another? Did you go in heavy traffic? Did you go in the middle of the day when there may not be less traffic? I don't know. How do you determine what is a 5, 10, 15? Because we normally have 1 mile, 3 mile, 5 mile on that. How did you determine what 5, 10, and 15-minute driving times were?
I was told by you that I'm not an expert, and I'm not allowed to speak about the expert softwares.
He asked you the question directly. Go ahead and answer it.
I'm asking you, point blank, about how you determined a 5-minute drive.
This is determined by geographical information system that is being used nationwide by experts.
Which takes, now, by the way, looking at your charts here a second, the color charts you moved in earlier, this is outdated information. What year was it dated? For example, the very first one in Victoria's Fancy Foods. Victoria's Fancy Foods closed down in 2016. I'm trying to figure out the information you used in order to get this documentation.
Correct. If you can see, well, let me answer your first question. If you can see this is marked in red, is business open? No.
My question is, why did you use a business that closed 6 years ago on your chart?
Because it's being listed in the Controllers of Maryland database.
So you used the Controller of Maryland database for this, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that Listman's, the fourth one down there, general store, is open, has an active license, and still sells alcohol to go, even though it may not be open every day?
Let me get to it. 1 second, please.
Fourth one down, Listman's General Store.
Go there. Oh, it should be in there.
I think we gave this again.
That was a point.
Could you please tell me I'm looking at 3 Mile? Tax Assessment District 3.
I know Mrs. Hagner, correct me if I'm wrong when I say that.
She will.
Huh? It's open, I know.
No, it's open 1 day a year.
1 day a year.
Yes.
Usually in hunting season, to keep the license
To
active.
keep the license
That's
on.
exactly what it is.
Exactly.
But it's got an active license that can open anytime it wants to.
Once it passes all the inspections.
Understand? Okay. Are you aware that Listman still has an active license and they do sell alcohol to go?
I saw them listed, and this was a concern for me, so I actually went and drove there, and I have pictures to prove it that I went to the site, and it did not look like a liquor store to me.
But, okay. Now, looking down further to the next page. Are you aware that the brass rail is rebuilding and opening as a liquor store? Brass rail's around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's one of your pink ones also. 7 down in the pink system.
I was not aware, no.
Okay. Are you aware that Larry's Tavern is open and sells alcohol to go?
I did not see them selling alcohol, but no, I was not aware.
Now, are you aware that Cafe Breton is opening back up as a German Stein, I think it is, or a German beer garden, and they can sell alcohol to go? Are you aware of that?
No, I was not aware of this.
Okay. Are you aware?
Could you please repeat which one?
This, you got it, right there.
Okay.
Cafe Breton.
Got it.
Now, coming down further, Deep Creek Restaurant and Marina has not existed for years. It's now called Donley's. So I'm surprised that that would be listed in the state controller's office. So are you aware that they are open? Donley's is now open, used to be Deep Creek, and they sell alcohol to go on the waterfront. Because you have it in here as no.
I'll explain why. So this is the trade name that's being listed in the controllers and meta database, and this is one of the sites that I questioned, and just like the Listmans, I went and visited. I talked to the bar manager who was there. I asked him personally, the bar manager, do you sell alcohol to go? He said no. I'm like, what about the boats? And he said, well, sometimes we allow customers to take alcohol on the boat while they're docking, but it's not a retail establishment that sells to customers to go. And this was confirmed by the manager of that establishment, by bar manager.
Now I noticed that your your documentation doesn't include any B licenses.
Correct.
Do you know what a B license is?
Yes.
What is a B license?
If you can please
Well, no, I'm
explain.
asking you if you know. I don't want to explain, but I mean, there are several licenses in Anne Arundel County, Maryland, in the state of Maryland. One is a B-class license. Do you know what a B-class license is?
I do not know what it represents now.
So then you're not aware that a B-class license has the right to sell alcohol to go, like Brian Boro, right across the street from your location.
I was not aware.
Okay? So how many B-class licenses do you think are in the district that you didn't list?
It'll take me about 20 minutes to answer that question.
And now, Brian Boro, you know where Brian Boro is, right?
No.
Brian Boro it's directly across the street. It's 350 feet away from your front door, basically.
On the other side of
Yes.
Wishy Highway?
Yes.
No, I was not.
It's an Irish restaurant where they sell on an annual basis their eggnog, and they sell alcohol to go. They have a license, a B license.
They have shelves where they say retail prices.
I didn't ask that. I asked it. You don't have to have a shelf to sell things to go, do you?
Excuse me?
You don't have to have a shelf in there to sell things to go. People can come in and buy things from the store. Are you saying because they don't have a shelf, you don't consider them a to-go license?
I'm saying it's because they don't market themselves as a retail establishment.
So, are you aware that in Anne Arundel County, that with a B license, unless the board says you can't have off sales, then you have a right to off sales?
I was not aware. I'll double check the information.
And do you know how many licenses are in Anne Arundel County that have B licenses?
It'll take me about 15 to 20 minutes to answer that question.
Now, Now, when you got the license, the approval for the 9,500 square feet in Prince George County, Linda Carter represented you on that, correct? She was the attorney in Prince George County.
She was his original attorney in Prince George's County for the very beginning.
Yes.
I was the attorney for him for the 9,700.
Okay. So Linda represented you for the first expansion, correct?
Yeah, the first expansion I did in 2019.
All right. By the way, looking at the top of your chart here, where you say total population 206,000, what is that based on?
That's based on every estimated data for 2021 by looking at 2020 census data.
Okay, but for what area? For example, did you take the 5-minute area, the 1-mile area, the 10-minute area, the 3-mile area, the 15-minute? What did you take? How did you determine what your service area was?
Mr. Brown, as it says in the header, it's Arundel County Tax Assessment District 3.
So
That's the
therefore,
area.
you didn't follow what your expert is testifying to as to the 5, the 10, the 15 minutes. You took a different area to calculate the population, didn't you?
Yeah, because I thought that's what's being used as a guideline.
Well, so my question is, how can you take an area that's not your service area and then use that population? If you want to turn around and show the board that it's 6,069 population per license, how can you use that when you haven't taken the service area?
You're missing the fact that we took the data for 3-mile radius, 5-mile radius, and Tax Assessment District 3 to show the information. You're just picking on one, but I provided all of them as an exhibits.
Well, since you're drawing people from 25 to 30 miles away, why didn't you use a bigger area?
Because the numbers will be really big, and I don't want to discuss this. I can if you would like.
Who did the charts was it in Mr. Patno's report or yours, where you have the yellow and you designate the 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute drive? Did Mr. Patno do that, or did you? Gary's saying he's taking.
Mr. Patno did.
Okay, so I won't ask you those questions. I'll wait for you. Thank you for interrupting. I would say interrupting, but that's the wrong word. Why did you go into the liquor stores and ask them if they would support you? Or why did you send your notices asking that the people who own liquor licenses?
I heard this conspiracy before that I went to liquor stores asking for their support. I did not ask for any other support from other liquor stores. I asked from the residents. We sent out flyers by the zip codes in that geographical area. Well, the agency that I used.
And that's what I'm wondering, which geographical area? That's where I'm still having trouble. Did you send to all 206,000 people on here?
I do not control where it goes. It just goes to all the addresses in the zip code.
So you use a zip code, not a 5 or 10 or 15-minute radius?
Correct. There were, I think, three zip codes.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. Sure, I forgot.
I do have some redirect. I would like to direct the board's attention again to this memo from Prince George's County dated February 5th, 2020, where it appears that there was a forfeiture for Triangle Liquors back then. I would like to draw the board's attention to the state ID number, which is W1770552. That, in fact, is Triangle Wine and Spirits, LLC, not Triangle Liquors, Inc., which was the license holder. If I may pass this down to Mr. Brown so that he can confirm that.
Leanne, is there any reason, if I could ask you, why the liquor board did not withdraw their letter in the file? Because it was never withdrawn. There was never anything in there to clarify this.
I cannot answer to how the Prince George's... I cannot answer that question to you as to why Prince George's County did not clean up their files.
Okay.
And if I may hand this into the board, so you can see that SDT number does not match the entity that holds the liquor license.
Sure. Would you like this marked as Exhibit 4?
Yes, please.
Mr. Brown, any objection?
I'm just confused as to why the principal office is the same as the principal office for Triangle Liquors.
I can answer that for you.
So I'm just confused on the thing, and it's newly coming up, and we didn't have it, it's not on the liquor board file in PG County. But I don't have any objection to coming in, so the board can have a full history of it.
We'll admit it. Thank you.
I can tell you that we were confused at first when we saw this as well. Have you ever been represented by Bob Kim?
No.
And can you please explain to the board your recollection of why you think this entity might have been associated with the address for Triangle Liquors?
Correct. If you see the date of formation on the first page in the bottom, it says January 15, 2016. I did not own the place at that time. I did not sign any contracts with the person. I believe what was happening is there was a previous buyer for that particular business, and perhaps...
I'm object to speculation. I believe what happened. He can't, Mr. Presley, he can't...
No, I understand.
I understand that. We were just trying to give you some, we don't know anymore.
Okay. If you don't know anymore, just say you don't know anymore. You have no reason. Mr. Eckengoss, we've accepted the exhibit, and the board will give that the weight that it's worth against the forfeiture letter from Prince George's County.
Appreciate that. And I would also like to show you the SDAT printout for Triangle Liquors, Inc., which has a completely different state ID number that begins with a D, that shows you that this entity has never been forfeited. Mr. Brown?
This doesn't show it's never been forfeited.
Yes, it does. If it was, this is the department history down here at the bottom. If it was ever forfeited, there would be a department action that says forfeited.
Not if he didn't pay personal property tax.
It would still be forfeited.
I disagree with that, but okay. I disagree with that interpretation. Mr. Bradley's seen enough of these that he can probably explain, but I disagree with that.
I'd like to have that in there as Applicant's Exhibit 5.
This is only a document that shows what the applicant filed with the state for purposes of resolutions, articles of amendment, and certificates of correction. It has nothing to do. There's a separate page that it shows when it's been forfeited. So
that is not accurate.
Let me take a look at it. We'll take a look at it first here.
That is not accurate. I'm happy to pull up you an SDAT website right now and show you that it would show it. I will leave that to the board.
And Mr. Brown, I'm going to take the commentary as a formal objection to the admission of this. Okay. That'll be overruled. I'll let you make argument at closing as to why you don't think it's relevant or why you think it's incorrect, but we'll admit it for the sake of the record.
This whole case comes down to that document that we've made a mistake.
It's a great point. I appreciate that. Okay. All right, Ms. Schreckengoss. There you go. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Brown asked you a question about stacking going up to the ceiling. Do you have any intent to fill your floor space?
Objection. Intent doesn't matter. It's what he has the permission to do. For example,
we're going to overrule it. We're going to let him speak to it. You open the door on it. We're going to let him speak to it.
Okay.
No, I have no intentions.
I think that I'm going to leave it at that for right now.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to the board to see if they have any questions. Mr. Chairman, where do you want to start?
No questions.
There we go. All right. Commissioner Duffy, any questions at this point?
Yes, I just have a question in reference to your acronym in reference to the MPI, the Market Potential Index. How did you establish that?
The market potential, you mean by alcohol beverages at home?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. If you recall, there is in the exhibit at the end where you saw the census data and the whole text, it explains to you how where Esri takes the data come from and all the data sources. If you give me a couple minutes, I can find it for you.
No, please do. I have the time. I need you to explain to me. I read this on the plane yesterday coming back home for this meeting tonight, so I have plenty of time to read to understand. because that's the part that intakes the 5 and 15 minutes, 25 minutes, and everything else. And I'm trying to get an understanding as to how you came about that with the MPI, the market potential index.
I'm using the software that everyone else is using, and as I explained, there's two large geographical information systems, ESRI and Claritas. And I'm just reading you from the text. This component of the CEX survey collects data on small daily purchases that could be overlooked by the quarterly interview survey. The interview survey collects expenditure data from consumers in 5 interviews conducted every 3 months. For further information on the BLS CEX survey, refer to U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay. I'm totally lost now. But that's fine.
Basically, if
I have some idea.
If I may add.
Well, I'm just going to say, Mr. Duffy, our expert will be able to explain it all to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Stoops, at this point, any questions? All right. Ms. Schreckengoss, next victim.
You need me to stay? No, all right, thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
No. Not yet.
You'll get shot. You'll get shot.
Mr. Donato, could you please state your name and address for the record?
David Donato, 321 Woodlawn Road, Baltimore, Maryland, 21210.
And could you please tell the board who you are, about yourself and your background?
I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Continental Realty Corporation. One of our affiliates, Robinson Crossing LLC, is the landlord entity here. Continental Realty has been a landlord of commercial and multifamily space in Maryland since 1960. We have 500,000 square feet of commercial space in Anne Arundel County, 5 million square feet nationwide. 2 families own Continental Realty, and we are an owner, operator, hands-on. Other properties right in the vicinity, Arnold Station and Park Plaza Shopping Center, also on Ritchie Highway. We've owned slightly longer than Robinson Crossing.
And I'm going to show you a letter of support that was drafted from your company. Could you please identify that for the record?
Yes.
Mr. Brown, do you need a copy?
Is that the letter from the company saying that they support them, they like them, and they want them in? No objection to the letter coming in.
Okay.
I will admit it as applicant's exhibit 6, please. Thank you very much. And obviously, you are familiar with this area, correct?
Yes. We've owned Park Plaza since 1999. We've owned this center since 2002. I started off as a leasing representative, directly leasing this. I'm now Chief Operating Officer, but the leasing and property management teams that lease and manage this center report directly to me.
And why is it that you wanted a liquor store in your center?
So this was a Food Lion anchored center, as you might recall. It was a poorly operated store. When that failed, we were very fortunate to get Aldi as a backfill for half of that. A grocery is very important because of the number of trips it typically generates per week or month, right? If you had a fashion anchored, Marshalls or something like that, if you can picture it, you might go to Marshalls 3-4 times a year. Grocery store, sometimes as much as twice a week. A great complement to a grocery store is a beverage store like this one. They often seek that out together. As you know, in Maryland, it's really not allowed for the grocery itself to sell beer and wine, but these are often shopped for at the same time. They draw and make each other more successful. We also, specifically the size of this store is appealing to us. We use a software called Placer.ai, and Placer is becoming more and more used in the shopping center industry to estimate the success of tenants. Basically, it's anonymized data from cell phones, and it can estimate how much foot traffic has entered a shopping center or a space, and it begins to compile customer counts. The Total Wine is in Laurel is the nearest large format beverage store like this. It is, according to Placer.ai, for customer count, and that probably correlates to sales, the number 3 out of 293 Total Wines in the country. So it is brimming with sales. That draws from, according to Placer, which tracks where these phones go home, that draws from Pasadena, frankly, across the Bay Bridge, across the Key Bridge into Dundalk. There is a lot of demand, and people are driving a long way to get to that large format store. And so we thought that'd be very appealing to get that as get a large format beverage store as a second anchor. It will benefit all of the tenants in the center.
Now, you're referring to Placer data. Is this the data that you were referring to?
Yes.
Could you please share a copy of that with Mr. Brown? Sure, Mr. Brown's going to have an objection, but I'd like to move this into applicants Exhibit 7.
Well, my first comment is, and I was going to make it a minute ago, I let him finish, is that he's testifying as an expert, and he hasn't been qualified as an expert. He's giving all the data, his marketing and everything, and that's the only concern I have, is you're accepting testimony from someone who has a biased position, who's the landlord in this case, gets it. You're letting him testify as an expert.
I have in the courts of Anne Arundel County.
Let me rule on the objection first. As to the expert testimony, I agree he hasn't been qualified as an expert at this time. You can try to qualify him as an expert in a particular field if you want to go down that path, and maybe you want to do that before we admit Exhibit 7. Otherwise, I think we need to limit his testimony to as a fact witness as opposed to an expert witness.
I believe the question was why.
Hold on.
He's objecting.
No question pending.
But you can continue asking him questions
Thank you
based
very
on
much.
factual stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Donato, have you ever been approved as an expert witness before?
Yes, I have.
Could you please tell the board where and under what circumstances?
In Anne Arundel County courts, in a trial for eviction case, I've been declared an expert in shopping center industry.
As a marketer, as a merchandiser?
We'll let you voir dire him once we're done. You can ask him specific questions as to his qualifications if we're going to try to qualify him as an expert.
You indicated you've been qualified as an expert before. Is Placer research data that you would use as an expert to make your decisions and your opinions?
Yes.
Mr. Brown, feel free to ask him any questions you may need.
You did it as a landlord-tenant case, right?
Yes.
And what area did they qualify you as an expert?
Yeah, operation and marketing of shopping centers.
Operation and marketing of shopping centers. And when was that qualification?
Sometime in the 2000s, late 2000s.
What do you mean late 2000s? 2008, 2019, 2001?
The late first decade of the 2000s.
First decade. And you were at that point, were you working for were you your own landlord? You working for your landlord, or you working for someone else?
Yeah, as an employee of Continental Realty.
And I don't want to belabor this. As an expert, are you aware of the criteria to testify as an expert? Your education, your experience, writing books, writing articles, and background in the past and being qualified before? Are you aware of all those things?
I've never written any books. I lecture at several universities on this. I've been doing it for 22 years.
On what?
On the operation and marketing of shopping centers.
So the marketing of shopping centers, not how stores do in shopping centers, but the marketing?
I believe that's what I was testifying on, was why I saw this as a good tenant.
And as an expert in the marketing area, when you determine a tenant come in, you try and look at sales per square foot usually, don't you?
Am I the expert or are you the expert?
I'm asking, sir, if you want to be sarcastic to me, then talk to the board, but you don't have to be sarcastic to me.
It is foot traffic.
I'm doing my job and you do your job.
It is foot traffic, it is sales. Foot traffic is the benefit to the other tenants in the center, correct? So in the end, you want a tenant who will be able to do the rent, to do the business to pay the rent. But I just testified, trips generated is the most important thing to me in an anchor tenant and to most people who are in the business I'm in.
So you're considering this, you could put a 2,500 square foot liquor store in there, couldn't you, sir? And still get the same situation where people come and shop at Aldi's and then go to the liquor store.
Right, trips generated I'm talking about. Trips generated to come to this liquor store.
So you're saying that people are going to come from all over the state of Maryland to come to this liquor store?
I'm saying that people come from all over Maryland to go to Total Wine.
And they go to Quarter too. And you know how many businesses Total Wine Quarter put out of business?
So,
do you know how many liquor stores?
I don't know what
Quarter affected.
I'm not as familiar with that.
Board, it's up to you whether you qualify.
We're going to qualify him as an expert. We're going to you can cross-examine him. See that's going to happen, and we're going to allow Exhibit 7 to come into evidence as well.
Great.
Can you hand that up, please? So this is data that you relied on in making your determinations, correct?
That's correct.
And could you please briefly explain to the board what this data shows?
So this data, if you see the colored dot map on the first page, that is showing the draw from of where customers are coming from and with frequency. The orange and yellow are the most frequent for Total Wine and More in Laurel. That's over the past 12 months.
Objection to anything regarding Total Wine and what's going on. We're talking about Severna Park and Arundel County, Maryland, and the trips generated here, what happens, how much traffic is going in and out, and whether or not there's a need. Not whether his company can make more money about it, but your obligation is to determine whether or not there's a need in this area and meets the public need under the Quan case and other cases in Maryland. And I know Mr. Pat noted he's familiar with Quan because he was the expert in the Quan case. So, I don't understand how he can turn around and do this, argue this. We'd have to talk about necessity, how it affects the other businesses in the area, and he can talk to that. If he wants to take the sections under 4210, I always forget the new section, sorry. Sure. Under 4210 and relate to those things, then that's relevant. But I don't see what the relevance is about what he's saying where Total Wine draws their people from.
Mr. Reckengoss, you want to comment on that?
The question I asked was, why did you think a large store was a good fit for the center? And that's what he was answering.
Okay. We'll overrule it at this point, but you can continue on with that. Try to limit it to the scope where we are.
Okay.
In your opinion, do you think the addition of a store of this size will have a negative impact on the health, safety, or welfare of the community?
No, I do not.
Objection. Is he an expert in that area? He's not an expert in that area. He's an expert in marketing. Health, safety of the community?
Okay.
Operations and marketing.
Objection.
All right. We'll sustain that objection. You can ask the next question, Mr. Reckengoss.
With respect to the shopping center, will the addition of this store have any impact on parking?
Objection.
That's overruled.
I said whether he's a planner or not. Oh, okay. I won't argue with you on that. Sorry.
No negative impact on parking. In fact, Aldi is very protective of their parking field, as any grocery anchor is. They put a list of tenant types that they will not tolerate next to them. Liquor store is definitely not one of those. In fact, grocery stores seek this out.
Will the addition of a store of this size in your shopping center have any negative impact on traffic in the area?
No.
objection. He's not a traffic expert.
Understood. You're going to have the opportunity to cross-examine him. You can.
Well, I mean, there's nothing to cross-examine on because I don't want to ask him questions on it. He's not a Ken Schmidt.
Okay.
He doesn't
All right.
do
Well,
that.
it'll be overruled.
Yeah.
We're going to continue on.
Mr. Donato, in your 22 years of leasing history, have you ever witnessed the addition of a new liquor store, putting an existing liquor store out of business?
In fact, no. I think if you look at the history of when we've added a liquor store, you get this, the locals, the other liquor stores combating it, but I've literally never seen it, when we've put a liquor store into one of our shopping centers, nearby liquor stores going out of business.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time.
Mr. Brown.
Isn't it true that when you normally bring in a tenant, you look at what the dollars are per square foot they can sell? You want to see what they're going to turn on a square foot, correct?
No, we rarely would be able to project that.
What do you mean? That's the standard, I always thought. I mean, every shopping center I represent, now there's a lot of them, turn around and when they bring a tenant in, they look to see how many dollars they will get per square foot. You're saying that that's not a criteria in your stores?
How much volume the tenant will sell?
Yes.
We would not be able to determine that on it. You know how many industries are in a shopping center? Grocery, clothing, chiropractor. No, we don't know that.
Okay. So in this shopping center, you have a Celebrate, a children's school right behind this place, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also have is it a roly-poly or something in there too?
Yep.
Which is also another children's place, correct?
Yes.
You've got a mix of things from a dollar store, but you think a liquor store makes a good anchor for you, correct?
Yes.
And you think it'll bring in more dollars to your client, your owner, correct?
Not more dollars, it's a fixed rent. It will benefit the health of the other tenants in the center. In fact, some of the other tenants in the center have signed the petition.
Some, not all.
Correct.
And you don't think it's a problem putting in a 22,000 square foot liquor store, the largest one in Anne Arundel County, and probably the largest first application in the state of Maryland since the law came in over 10,000 square feet. You don't think that's a problem?
There's 293 total wines in the country. We're putting one in Detroit, Michigan. It's a very, very in-demand a different type of beverage store than a small local liquor store, and that's very appealing to us and the co-tenants.
So you're telling me Continental Realty is in the habit throughout this country of bringing in big box liquor stores, putting them in communities because it's better for you to get more tenants who are satisfied with you?
Yes.
So you're not interested in the public welfare as much as you are in the dollars that Continental will turn. Isn't that fair to say?
No, I would not say that. I think there's a benefit to the community.
Then we will disagree on that one. Tell me, how does this liquor store benefit all the other stores in Severna Park? The place across the street where the Giant Food is, and they have a 2,100 square foot liquor store, or down in Park Place down there, or down on Jumpers Hole Road area where you have Magathy Liquors at the Harris Teeter place. How does this benefit any of those other stores in this service area?
I'm not sure that's a requirement of getting a liquor license is benefiting other stores, is it?
Well, the requirement of getting, I'm asking the questions, not you, but the requirement of getting a liquor license is show the need and how it affects the public and the necessity. And where's the necessity? Tell me, you've talked about how it affects your other businesses and helps us. What is the necessity for this store? This store to the citizenry of Anne Arundel County?
So the number 3 out of 293 total wine, people are driving many, many miles to get to. It's in this county. People are driving past this to get to it. The fact that it's doing as well as it's doing implies demand outstripping supply. That alone. On top of that, the necessity here to benefit, to have that symbiotic relationship with a grocer is very important. Every grocer-anchored center we have in Maryland, except for this one, because we just put that grocery in, has a beer, wine, or liquor store to complement it.
So you're one of the companies that believe that wherever there's a grocery store, you need a liquor store, right?
It's helpful.
And you still haven't told me how that benefits the community, except for bringing in thousands of more cars into the area, logging up Robinson Road before Severna Park turns out of school at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or affects the parents who are picking their children up at Celebrate. How does that benefit any of those people?
How does it benefit the community?
How does it benefit the community for somebody to come in from Prince Frederick, or come in from, well, I was looking at the chart, it goes all the way up to the airport, up to BWI Airport. I mean, how does it benefit this community for somebody to drive from there, down here, buy their liquor, and go back?
Both locals and people from further out will shop here. There will be, with a larger format store, a larger selection, we hope.
What do you have in your shopping center they can shop at? The dollar store?
Yeah, the dollar store, the grocery store, the restaurants.
One restaurant, Romulo's, right? Romilio's?
We have more than one restaurant.
So you have so you think that they'll come down to your restaurant, your liquor store, they'll go to the dollar store, they'll go to the grocery store, and they'll go to other places.
This is precisely how shopping centers work.
Okay, so all international corporate companies that are not owned by Ma and Pa, you want them to get benefited from this? I'll withdraw that question. I have no further questions.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. Preckenbast?
No, you indicated that you believe that this will keep business in Anne Arundel County, or in the Severna Park area, that are now currently driving to the Total Wine in Laurel. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what you said?
Correct.
Thank you. So that is a benefit to the community, is it not?
Yeah, and it's a short, there are plenty of people driving from this area to Laurel who will, shop here. And it's going to be a benefit to them to drive much less further for this large selection of beverages.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you.
I don't either.
All right. Mr. Chairman, any questions?
I'm good.
Commissioner Duffy?
No question.
Commissioner Snoops?
No, no questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You ready?
Mr. Brown, been waiting.
Now it's your turn.
Yes,
You want to read my notes?
sure. I'm sure you wish you were with me.
Yeah, I'll show you anything. It doesn't bother me. You can answer. I know how good you are.
You sure?
You get to argue, so you bring up all these stuff. Oh, it's
You can go back there. You can go back there.
What time is it?
Almost 8:50.
It is 8:09. I did help you get prepared, didn't I?
Absolutely.
Okay, just want to make sure.
All right.
Ready whenever.
Thank you very much. Mr. Patno, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Gerald R. Patnode, 497 Heritage Drive, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, 17325.
And could you please tell the board what your occupation is?
I am
Stipulate his expertise. He's testified before this board many a time.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
not going to
Brown.
question his expertise, and I
Just
don't
my
want to go on for the
conclusions.
next 27 minutes hearing what he's done.
All right. You will be qualified as an
you don't have
expert.
to
There we go.
All right. So you were hired by the applicants to do a need analysis, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the board has a copy of that report that was submitted.
Okay.
Mr. Brown, do you need a copy of it?
I have a copy, yes.
Okay.
Right here.
Now, as Mr. Brown indicated, you've testified before this board before, correct?
I have.
So you are familiar with Section 4.210 of the alcoholic beverage article and
I am.
what you need to prove to secure a liquor license?
I am.
Okay, now let's turn to your report. Can you please tell the board, give the board a synopsis of your analysis and what it revealed?
Well, in looking at the public need and accommodation, impact on existing licenses, and things of that nature, I first look at what is the typical market area for a retail liquor establishment or a strip shopping center in this case. And it was been asked several times, why are we talking about minutes, drive time minutes versus miles, concentric circles, things of that nature. Markets are developed by where people live, where people choose to shop, where they choose to drive, and drive time in the marketing profession and looking at consumer demand in a geographic area, probably since the 1980s, has gravitated towards looking at drive time from a site location. And basic rules of thumb is that for retail establishments, we're looking at 5, 10, and sometimes 15-minute markets. But for the most part, people who are looking to shop for alcoholic beverages, they're looking to drive somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 minutes or less within a market area. And so, when you jump in your car, you don't say, oh, I'm going to drive 3 to 5 miles or whatever. You're, 10 minutes down the road, 5 minutes down the road, and things of this nature. So there are a number of algorithms that are used in computer systems. I happen to use Claritas, and they're able to estimate, looking at all the routes and where people live and drive times during, they use morning drive, evening drive, and midday averages in terms of traffic within an area, and take into account the speed limits. And so it calculates, basically how far you can drive on an average day, using that as an average in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or 15 minutes. Certainly, if you're 6 a.m. in the morning before anybody's on the road, or 2 a.m. or whatever, your drive time's going to be much larger. So it does in fact change during the day. So we try to use a general average to identify what is a typical market area. So in my report, you'll see a sort of a map that looks like an amoeba. So we look at a 5-minute market and a 10-minute market. And so these are calculated drive times from the proposed location to how far you can drive throughout all the populated areas. And so that's how we set up a market area. In doing that, population figures and consumption figures are strictly confined to that area that is defined as the market area. So when you start looking at, well, why do my numbers look different than a 5-mile radius or something? The reason it looks different is that it is different. It's a different piece of geography that we're measuring. So given that as a premise, I set out to at least do some measures so that we get a sense of what this market looks like. And so within 5-minute drive time, the population is 4,025, representing 1,369 households. And this is using U.S. Census 2020 updates and projections as such within that area. And the population within a 10-minute drive jumps up to 38,968. And if we were to extend it out to 15-minute area, and actually that's a misprint on that page I see. It should be 154,425, commas in the wrong place if you're looking at it that way. 57,507 households within a 15-minute area. But again, in terms of my initial analysis, I'm looking at a 10-minute drive time area, I think, is what is a reasonable market area to be looking at. The data also indicate trends that the population within this area will continue to increase slightly to 4.8% additional in population projected over the next 5 years. Let's see, consumption is what I'm really interested in. What do people buy? Where do they buy it? How much do they spend? And so we have two numbers that we're looking at here that become the important factors. The one factor is for the people who actually live in this area, the service area, what are they consuming? How much are they purchasing in terms of alcoholic beverages to consume at home, right? And using data services like Claritas, they are aggregators of data. And what that means is that they collect it from a variety of sources. And one of those primary sources would be census data. It would be consumer expenditure survey data from the federal government. But Claritas also does monthly surveys within certain market areas, and they use a statistical sample of some sort to give a representation of what they believe the purchases are within a market area. They will also use some of the consumer panel data that these Bureau of Economic Analysis will use on occasion, where they have families throughout the United States, and they'll have a certain number of those families within these market areas that keep tabs of everything they buy, they spend, and they keep a tabulation, and they're paid a small fee for keeping that data together. To the question that Mr. Duffy asked a while ago about that index kind of a thing, this is where this survey comes in, and what that index does. The index says that if you have an index of 100, right, it means you're average of what the rest of the area is. If your index is less than 100, your consumption patterns are slightly less than accompanying areas, and if you're over 100, your consumption patterns are higher than you would find in some of the other areas. So that's where that's coming from. Okay? Did that help?
No, yes, that.
Okay. So, in our consumption patterns then of what's being spent in the market area, from residents living in the area, the 5-minute market, they're spending approximately $816 per household per year on alcoholic beverages that they consume at home. That comes up to $1,118,325. All right. Now that's relatively small, and it's in a 5-minute area. But you have to recognize that the population in the area is relatively small because most of that area is in fact built-out commercial property. There's not a whole lot of residents within that. Then we start getting into the residential area, and we start looking at, the trade area. And so within that immediate area, we looked at there are 4 establishments within the 5-minute drive time. And get into the 10-minute drive time, I've got 9, and if we actually extend it out a little further, I think we ended up with a total of 13 licenses within my amoeba-looking marketplace that are serving that area. All right. When we get into my 10-minute trade area, which I think is the primary trade area of residential, all right, the demand rises. In other words, what's been spent by people who actually live in that community, $10,975,828 for retail packaged goods. But what the important factor is here and why this becomes an attractive location for this type of retail establishment being proposed is that the actual reported sales of alcoholic beverages in this area, giving all those licenses within that 10-minute drive time, is $33,756,259. So what that's saying is that a pretty large portion of the alcoholic beverages being sold in this area are actually being purchased by people that are coming from outside the area, coming in, which means they're coming in to shop and do some other things, all right? So the demand is greater, all right, for those stores than what the population is actually asking for. So we have an excess demand opportunity for another retailer to come in and capture some of those people that are coming from outside the market area. Let's see what else I want to add here. Hold on a second. something wrong. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, so basically, excuse me. The analysis is showing that there's a tremendous amount of retail sales already being brought into this area. And there's an opportunity for a larger retail establishment coming in. I recognize and understand the concern of other licenses in the area with the thought of a 22,000 square foot store coming in the area. The reality is we actually have a pretty good case study of what happens to those stores when we look at Total Wine. Here, we can look at the Total Wine operation up in Towson. You asked a question a moment ago, how many stores have been put out of business? None. Some have been sold, but absolutely none have gone out of business. And in fact, the number of licensees around Total Wine have increased. So why is that happening? Well, this type of store actually caters to a little bit different segment of population. When we talk about market segments, we talk about how we divide people up. Sometimes we do it demographically, we can do it behavioristically, psychographically, we can do a variety from geography. The reality is that the people who shop at Total Wine, and I do have some familiarity with Total Wine because I've represented them on 2 occasions.
Objection.
But I'm familiar with their operation.
Objection.
Okay.
As to the arguments again on Total Wine.
Okay.
We're here, he's already finished, he said that. We're not here on Total Wine.
Understood. Let's move on from Total Wine.
Necessity in Anne Arundel County.
Fair enough.
Total Wine is in Anne Arundel County.
It is in Anne Arundel, yes.
I'm sorry. Necessity in Anne Arundel County in the Severna Park area in the 15-minute drive range that he's talking about.
I think that was his last comment on Total Wine, and I think it was an aside, and we can move on from that.
Right.
Thanks.
So that's the crux of my report, that there is ample demand in this market area. In fact, there's excess demand because this area is what I would refer to as an economic hub, which means it's a place where people come from farther out to come in to do their shopping and do a variety of things along Ritchie Highway. And so from that standpoint, I think the public need and accommodation is evident in terms of the amount of alcohol that's being sold and bought within this market area.
Mr. Patton,
Question?
are you also familiar with 11-1602 of the alcoholic beverage article, which discusses how many off-sale licenses the board may consider?
Yeah, vaguely. It's 4,000, am I correct? Is a recommendation, if I remember it for Anne Arundel County.
That is correct.
Not 4,000 licenses.
No, 4,000 population.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, thank you.
And based on the data that we've submitted, this location has 1 license for every 6,968
That's correct.
individuals. Now, in your opinion, or can you please discuss the relationship between packaged goods stores and shopping centers in which they're located?
Well, typically, as was expressed by Continental, sort of the ideal that these strip-type shopping centers try to get is a grocery store, a pharmacy, a liquor store, and a variety of assorted services that meet the needs of people living within a 5-10 minute drive time.
I have nothing further, Mr. Patton, at this time.
Mr. Brown?
Do you know what the ratio is in Anne Arundel County right now for Class A and Class D licenses as to the population in Anne Arundel County?
Not with Class B. I don't consider Class B.
I didn't say B. I said A and D.
Oh, excuse me.
For all of Anne Arundel County. Do you know what the ratio is?
We do have that somewhere. Off the top of my head, I don't. We did look at it.
Do you know what 7,000, does that help refresh your recollection? For the A and D licenses, it's average of 7,000.
Okay.
1 for every 7,000. Am I off on that, to your knowledge?
I don't know, to be honest with you. What do we have here?
We don't have the entire county. We have tax district 3.
I thought we had it within
We also have
the
the
drive
five.
time.
We have the drive
election
times.
district, and we have.
Here.
we
Oh,
have
within the
Number four.
election district, we did.
Number 4.
We have the tax district, and we did election district, and then we also did 3 mile and 5 mile radius.
Yeah, so, we ended up with 6,069.
In what district?
This was the District 3.
Wait, before I ask that, you didn't compile that data, did you?
I worked with Andre in putting it together.
Did you compile the data?
Well, we worked together drawing the data down. It was compiled by ERSI.
Isn't it true that he put this data together and gave it to you, and then you talked about it?
No, actually, we were doing it together. He was pulling it up as we were putting it together. He was pulling it for different purposes, number one. He was looking at it not in terms of trying to determine demand. He was trying to understand the concepts of density of where licenses were from his own marketing efforts. To answer your question, he was pulling this stuff up in consort, if you will, or consult with me back and forth as to what he was trying to do, and I was advising him on certain things, but not to be confused that this is not how we're looking at creating demand or understanding the market in terms of the actual market and how consumers behave. So this was a kind of different exercise, but we were looking at density of licenses in certain geographies, if that helps you.
Are you aware that in 2017, the Anne Arundel County Liquor Board had a hearing on the Magathie liquor store, and they found that the area was overserved, except for the fact that Victoria's Fancy Fruits had just closed down, so they allowed another liquor store to come in to replace Victoria's? Are you aware of that in 2017?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so since 2017 to the present, there hasn't been much of a change in population out there, has there? And in fact, 2 sections of this district has gone down in population. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I have no way of disagreeing with that.
Okay, so the area has gone, it hasn't grown. There's not additional traffic on Ritchie Highway in front of this. It's the same traffic numbers that they had 5 years ago, isn't it?
Oh, I don't believe so.
Well, did you run a traffic study?
Yes, we did.
On the traffic numbers for what years?
Current 2021.
2021.
Well, compared to what year, though? I need to know compared to what year.
I can only give you the current.
Well, the current doesn't tell me. I'm looking for a change from 2017 when they allowed Magathie to come in based upon Victoria's, and Victoria's is we call it the First Mariners Shopping Center. Pat DiDonato owns it. It's up there on the left-hand side, and where First Mariners used to be.
Yep.
Okay. So Victoria's went out, and that's why in 2017, not this liquor board, because maybe Mr. Duffy was on in 2017. I think you were, but I can't remember. I apologize. But one of the 3 members, and it was granted based upon the fact that Victoria's had closed down and basically given up. I mean, so what changes have occurred since 2017?
I can only talk about what the population is currently, what they are spending, what is being demanded in the area. I've recognized that there are people coming from outside the area and spending money. I do have an indication that the area is growing 4.8% over the next 5 years. I can look at the indexes of what people are consuming, and I have to draw the conclusion that it's a viable, stable to growth market area. And to answer your question about traffic, whether we know, in front of this particular location, in the north direction, I've got 56,220 vehicle trips per day, and running in the opposite direction, 53,000.
No, I did not ask that question. I was looking for a comparison. If you can't give me a comparison, then there's nothing to answer.
It's a lot of traffic.
Whether there's a lot of traffic or not. My questions are a couple other questions. First of all, did you do a site visit?
Yes.
Okay, so when were you at the site?
Within the last month, I guess, yeah.
Okay, before you did your report?
Yes.
And you, in your report, when you talk about, you said within 5 minutes, there are 4,000 individuals, 1,000, some hundred residents. Okay, so if there are 4 liquor stores within the 5-minute area, and it's 4,000 people, that's 1 to 1,000. So within a 5-minute radius?
But again,
no.
Let him finish his question.
These are your
then he can
figures,
answer.
sir.
Okay.
Within the 5-minute range, you told this board
Correct.
that there are 4,000 residents, correct?
Correct.
There are 4 liquor stores within that area.
Correct.
What is the average size of those liquor stores?
Probably 2,500 square feet.
Okay, 2,500 square feet. So therefore, if there's a 6,000, if there's room for one more liquor store, wouldn't it be logical that it would be room if there was a 2,500 square foot liquor store, not a 22,000 square foot liquor store?
If it were serving just that area,
Well, so
you're correct.
So by bringing in a bigger store, you create a bigger area. So the bigger your area you create, the more you justify the existence of this liquor store. Correct? Isn't that correct?
No, because the normal market area for that particular center extends beyond that 5 minutes.
Not right now.
Sure it does.
Why? You've got Safeway down the street. You've got Giant Food down the street. You've got Harris Teeter down the street. You've got another Safeway right down in Arnold. You have at least 4 grocery stores within a 5-minute drive. Why is it that this place, with the anchor as a grocery store, I said liquor store, I meant grocery store.
Right.
Why is it this place as an anchor as a grocery store draws some more people when you got 4 other grocery stores right in the immediate area? Not even counting Mountain Road and what goes on down on Mountain Road and those areas.
All I can say is that those liquor stores that are in that 5-minute area are selling 4 times more than what the population is requesting. So that's telling me that somebody's somewhere coming there.
4 times more. So it happens when people drive by on the way home from work? Or drive to work?
It could. If the population that's living there, that 4,000 people, is spending $1,118,325, and the actual sales within those stores within a 5-minute is $4,315,000, somebody's going there.
Okay, so people are going there. So how high are those numbers going to go when we bring people from 35 miles away? They come up here from Prince Frederick.
My indication would be that for those 4 stores that are there, not a whole lot of difference. But there will, in fact, be an influx of people coming into that area that would not have normally come there.
What gross sales does this store have to do in order to be profitable?
I don't know that I ran a break even. Did you run a break even?
I have to pull my computer, but it's going to make some noise when I start.
But it's more than what the 2,500 square foot requires, right?
You bet.
So I'm confused as to why we're looking at a 4,000 number rather than looking at a square foot number. That 4,000 number is kind of out of date in this community, isn't it? Isn't it really based on the size of the place? I mean, for example, Walmart does $36 million every hour, every day of sales throughout this country. Okay, and they do more sales than Target and all those other stores put together. But they're big box stores.
Yep.
So what you're saying is that we're now getting into the liquor business as big box stores, and it's important to have big box stores for liquor so we can sell more liquor a half a mile away from a high school.
Well, I don't know what the high school has to do with it, but
well, I just wanted to throw it in.
Oh, okay.
And do you have any facts to support what you're spewing right now?
You're good. If, in fact, the wave is towards these larger stores, and there's a population that likes to frequent these stores, again, I can only tell you that our experience with these stores is that the immediate alcoholic beverage licensees suffer no long-term ill effect because other people are coming here to, in fact, buy the liquor. I talked a little earlier about market segments. There's literally a different market segment that frequents these larger stores. And let me explain that.
I don't want to know about that one. Okay. I didn't ask that.
I'll ask you.
Okay.
I'm just looking for notes that I left on my cell phone that I sent to myself. I apologize.
Okay.
Where did I put my notes? There we go. All right. A couple other things. You didn't include any Class B in your calculation at all, did you?
No, because Class B and even Class D to a certain extent really are a different product.
Well, Class D, though.
Let me answer the question. The reason for, I did not, and the reason for that is that they are a different product. If they weren't a different product, we wouldn't be calling them A, Bs, and Ds. All right, they have a different function. While they can still do some off-sale, they'll have the privilege to do that, they're not, for the most part, set up to be big retail A-type operations. Some Ds are, absolutely are, and have done that. But for the most part, all Ds do not have large off-sale licenses. Bs certainly do not have large off-sale licenses, and they cater to people who happen to be using their facility, going to the restaurant, tavern patrons, and their pricing and their margins are considerably different. Much higher margins, much higher profit, and so they are not in the business of being an off-sale license while they have the privilege to do that. A license is a totally different animal, and that's what we're evaluating.
So what
that's what I evaluate.
You're telling me that Fish Paws, Northways, Ocean Wines, David's Cheers are all aberrations, all Class D licenses, which are basically all liquor stores?
They are, for the most part, throughout the state of Maryland, they would be somewhat of an aberration. There are, and I admit, there are a number of D licenses that act and operate as, and we did in fact include Fish Paws in my market area because I did consider them as an A-type operation. So I didn't ignore them.
But they're not an A-type operation, they're a D. They can serve food, they can serve a bar in there, they can do whatever they want to in there basically as a D, right?
That's correct.
It's D is the highest license in Anne Arundel County basically, isn't it?
It's a pretty sweet one, yeah.
Okay, and they're not offering any more Ds anymore really in Anne Arundel County, correct?
That's what I understand.
All right, so as a result of that, it's a highly sought after license. So, and anybody here who has a D could basically, with liquor board approval after they do the plans and everything, convert their D store into a liquor store tomorrow, as happened in Crofton a couple of years ago, which caused a lot of upraising.
Yes, it did.
Okay, and so you didn't include the Bs in here either. The Bs like Italian Market, for example, which is almost 40% sale of alcohol and wines in there. You know Italian Market?
I do not know it well. No.
Oh, okay. That's right. You weren't the expert on Depot. That's right. It was, I can't remember. Okay. But so Ds, though, Bs have the right to sell alcohol to go.
The fact that they are right to sell them does not make them a major factor in the markets that they serve.
So if two of these Bs decide tomorrow, two of the Ds in here that you have as not really off sales, decide they want to convert tomorrow, then this area is overserved, right? They've already granted a certain number of A's and D's in this area. So automatically, this area is overserved if any one of those convert. So if one D or B convert to a liquor store, the area is now completely overserved, isn't it?
I disagree because of the if you're dealing with the ratios, it would in fact lower the ratio. But the fact that you're part of an economic center hub where you're bringing people in from outside the area that need to be served, I think negates that.
So you want to make Anne Arundel County, Severna Park, the Severna Park District, a destination, and he sent petitions out or letters out to 15 to 30,000 people, and he got 339 positive responses. And you think that's the community wanting to have this place as a destination?
I can't speak to what he sent because I didn't see it.
Well, you heard his testimony.
Wait a minute. If it was treated like a typical direct mail package going out, national averages are 1.5% to 2.5% response.
So it wasn't, well, that's not what it was. Did you see what he sent out?
No.
Oh, he didn't show it to you?
No.
With the skew on the back where you put your phone, you scan into it, and all that type of stuff. Really high-tech, expensive procedure.
Didn't see it. Just know that he said, when I saw these
and you didn't
surveys.
Get one?
No. I'm insulted because I literally could drive from Gettysburg to Total Wine in Towson to buy my wine. And, so.
So basically, what you're saying, though, is this 22,000, the average liquor store around here is 2,500 square feet. You're trying to expand the market, so you want to put in one liquor license for 22,000 square feet, which is equal to 9. So it's like putting in 9 new liquor stores, and you think that'll be good for Anne Arundel County.
If it were serving the exact same markets as a clustered marketplace, 9 would be a rather large number, yes. Given the nature of this store and the nature of the people who shop at this type of store, no.
By the way, even your figures don't show that there's any major growth in this area, do they?
No, it's at 4.8% over the next 5 years.
So less than 1% a year?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how COVID has affected the numbers this year?
It actually made them go up.
Well, you're going to hear testimony later on, and I'll just ask you from some of the liquor stores that said that in 2019, their sales went up between 20 and 27%. In 2020, they dropped 10 to 15%. And 2019, 2020, they went up from 2019 between 20 and 27%. In 2021, they dropped by 10 to 15%, and this year already, they've dropped by up to 22% for some of the stores.
Well, because
how can you say
aberration.
that, based on those numbers, if you talk to the liquor store people around here, how can you say, and assuming my figures are correct, and you'll hear from 7 people later on who are going to give these figures, okay? Assuming my numbers are correct, how can you allege that the liquor sales around here are going up when they're experiencing this year alone, based on COVID, 22% reduction from where they were 2 years ago?
Well, well, first of all, if I understood your numbers, all right, they're still up compared to where they were in 2019.
But it's coming down. The question, your report says it's going up. Your report says it's going up.
Because the numbers...
The 15 liquor stores that I represent here, okay, all tell me that they're going down. So tell me why the practical experience of these 15 liquor stores is not more impressive than your statement based upon what you picked out of AirC and other places.
Their numbers would be totally inconsistent with what national trends and averages are.
We're good. We're different than the national. I like that.
Yeah.
That's good. Do you know what the percentage of the relationship to the sale of alcohol versus retail sales stores are?
I do not.
Pardon me?
I do not.
Well, page 28 I have it as 28 of your report. Where you do that. Maybe that was his report. I'm sorry. I thought all that was yours.
No.
So it's his figures that talk about the increase. Okay. I numbered the pages and it was on my computer at page 28, but I'm not sure where it is on here.
And mine may be inconsistent.
Analysis.
Let me see what you are. Oh, okay. Yes.
That was your report.
Yes. Okay. I misunderstood your question then, obviously.
Mr. Brown, just for the board's clarification, what document are we looking at here?
I am looking at his report.
My report,
Okay.
analysis page.
Great.
We say the introduction of a new entrant with 20,000 square feet of retail space
Excuse
would
me.
on the surface appear to disrupt the status
Excuse
quo.
me. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, but could you tell, you have page 28.
Well, he doesn't have page.
Mine.
No, but there are numbers on every page.
It's on the analysis
Oh, there
page
are?
of this.
If I'm looking at the same one.
It's this report.
Well, I don't have one with page numbers on it.
It doesn't.
Okay.
No, mine is
I got it.
where it says at the bottom of the page, opinion. It's right before his curriculum vitae.
So it's-
Okay. We're on. Thank you.
Third from the back.
Got it.
You say patrons of these small retailers preferred the neighborhood connections and relationships.
Yes.
The smaller local stores were able to move, align their service, and produce product mixed to their customers. The superstore, on the other hand, depends on its ability to attract patrons from outside the traditional market. So are you saying there that nobody from the local market will go to your store and you're only going to get them from outside?
No, but a fair number. That's why I was trying to get into segmentation so that you would understand the difference between the patrons.
Now, on that page there, you say that they are draw from 30 miles, but in the beginning of your report, you say 15 to 20 miles.
I thought that was probably easier for this county, but I was using total as an example because I've actually done studies that drew their customer profiles as to how far away they were coming.
And you say, in general, these superstore purchases are in bulk quantities.
Yes.
They're not just in bulk quantities by the customer, but you're aware that if you own a superstore, you have quantity discount when you buy from the distributors, right?
That is correct.
Which means that they can undercut all the other people in the neighborhood, correct?
But they don't.
Well, wait a minute. How can you say they don't?
Because they don't.
They can't sell. So if they have a case of beer that they get for $5 less because they buy 100 cases at a time, where my client buys, one of the small stores buys 20 at a time, and they can get it $5 cheaper, you're saying that people aren't going to go to the place to get $5 cheaper beer?
Not unless they're buying in huge, larger quantities and would be the normal 6-pack or the case that they're buying.
So we're taking all that larger quality stuff, which is big sales for the small stores, away from them and giving them to a new place at 22,000 square feet.
No, they aren't getting them. They're driving to Total Wine or they're going someplace else. So the typical patron for a big box store right now goes there not on a weekly or a routine basis. They go there on occasions, holidays, big parties they're throwing, things of this nature. So they are, in fact, going and they are buying large quantities, therefore they're going in to buy a wider selection. The fact that these stores have a larger inventory potential means they also have, there's a trade-off for consumers that I'll drive 20 miles knowing that I have a larger selection of stuff and there's a higher likelihood that they'll have what I'm looking for. And so they'll actually pay a premium price for that, believe it or not. And my experience with the big box stores is that on average, they are not discounting everything they have in the store to the detriment of the other stores in the area. They don't have to.
Now, in your report, you say that the demand for alcohol will keep pace or slightly exceed the growth in population. Are you basing that on the pandemic numbers again?
No, that's on the index, partly because the index it takes into consideration what's been spent over the last couple of years. Yes.
Well, you know, the pandemic numbers are unmatched by any others in history. Is that correct?
Not match. Give me the answer again.
The increase in volume and sales during the pandemic are unmatched any time in history.
I don't know for that a fact. I have no reason to disagree with that, but I don't know that for a fact.
What do you mean when you say that the demand for alcohol is tending towards a slow but steady increase?
Again, that's looking at the indexes coming up.
And how much of an increase? Based on your numbers, ballpark.
Well, let me see if I can give you an exact.
We have your report, and I don't need exact numbers.
Well, in the 10-minute drive time, all right, the market index comes in at 153, all right? So that's saying that this particular market area is 53% higher than the surrounding areas on average.
Which means what?
Well, you asked two questions.
I'm asking Mr. Duffy's question, because you'll ask.
Okay, excuse me. That was for you, Mr. Duffy. The growth, all right, the compound annual growth is 3.8%.
You say in your report, on the last page of your report, this would suggest that the current market is slightly underserved. So therefore, this isn't really a grossly underserved market where you have to have a liquor store in here. It's slightly underserved, right?
I agree.
And if you add in the D licenses and some of the A licenses, which we now find out are still actual licenses, for example,
those I can't.
Listman's,
Yeah,
we had back in. You didn't know anything about Listman's, did you?
That's not my chart, so
I asked about this chart. You said you worked on that chart with him.
No, I said I worked on the...
Oh, but you didn't work on this chart with him?
No.
So therefore, this list of A and Ds is not your study?
No. The ones in my study are in my report.
Ah, okay.
So on your study, though, did you miss Larry's Tavern as being open? Did you miss Brass Rail as having a liquor store?
Are they in my drive time? No.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Cafe Britannia is in your drive time.
That's a
Cafe
A license?
Huh?
Is that an A license?
Cafe Britannia is a D license.
I didn't deal with D licenses.
You only dealt with A licenses. So therefore, that answers my question.
Okay.
I think that takes care of everything because you only dealt with A licenses, not with D licenses. By the way,
and I'm not sure that's totally true with the characterization there. Can I correct that?
What characterization?
That I did not take into consideration any D licenses.
That's what you just said.
I said I need to correct it. You were correct. I said I need to correct that. All right? I would contend that the one that you just submitted to me did not pop up on my chart.
How about Deep Creek, which is in your 10-minute drive area, which is now called Donnelly's?
Donnelly's, right.
Okay? But that sells alcohol to go. And they sell to boaters. And they have a marina out there where the people come in.
Right.
And they have tables out there on, well, they're not supposed to, I take that back. I didn't say that. Forget about that. No tables.
You can strike that if you
No
want.
tables at all, because there's not a railing.
They would like to have tables on.
They would like to have tables outside. That's what I understand. Then, yes. So you didn't include all of those in there.
They're not traditional liquor stores. That's correct.
So you only included a traditional liquor
I looked at
store,
Fish Wells because
even
it
though
was-
these other places could, if they wanted to tomorrow,
If they wanted
convert.
to. Correct.
Which
because
means
they're
that
not
this
operating
neighborhood is now overserved with the propensity and the ability to have other liquor licenses.
That's your characterization.
That's right.
That would not be mine.
Okay, let's look at this note to see if I forgot anything. By the way, do people come here out of state in order to buy alcohol?
Yes.
Are they allowed to drive it across state lines?
Ask no questions. I do it all the time.
So what you're telling me is that your client here is going to turn around and sell to people coming from out of state, knowing they're out of state, and they can cross the state line with alcohol? Because they're a big store and they will come from 30 miles away?
Well, we don't have William Donald Schaefer anymore up there on the line watching when coming through. So, yeah. I routinely shop in Maryland.
No further questions.
All right. Ms. Schreckengoss, redirect.
Yes, please. Mr. Patnode, would you please elaborate on the market segments that you wanted to touch on, please?
Well, I sort of did it before in that we can segment markets by behaviors. And the big box, I'll call them big box liquor stores, are catering to people's behavior that they're buying larger purchases on occasions. And it's not inconceivable, in fact, it's probable that those same people, if they're doing their daily shopping and picking up their six-pack or their case or wanting a one bottle of wine somewhere, are visiting their local liquor store for that. But for these larger stores, the evidence is in surveys and looking at people who are coming there, while there may be a couple people that drop into that big box store to get their one or two bottles of wine, most people going through those stores have a shopping cart and they are filling it up. And that's a behavioral segment of bulk buyers.
Now, you did in fact look at traffic counts, did you not?
I did.
Is that a sample of the current traffic counts for the area?
Objection. I asked questions about traffic count, and we're supposed to be looking at an increase in traffic, not what the static traffic is. If you look at the code sections, it talks about an increase, how traffic is affected on it, not what the traffic count is now. So without him having other numbers to compare it to what it's been before, what it's going to be, I totally object to any testimony on that.
Understood. We're going to allow it, though, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
However, I believe what you're talking about there is adverse impact of traffic changes with the license coming in, and I don't believe that that's what I'm being asked. Am I misinterpreting what you read there?
I don't know what you're being asked then.
I'm asking you, would this store have any adverse impact on the traffic?
I don't believe so.
I have this admitted. Are we up to applicant's exhibit 8?
This is 8, yes.
Can I see that for a second?
Now, here, you can have one.
Thank you.
Do you want me to write a name on this? Oh, great. Okay.
Mr. Patnode, you did in fact take into consideration Fish Paws as a Class D license in creating your report, correct?
I did.
And that is because?
They operate much closer to an A license.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Based on those questions, do you have any recross, Mr. Brown?
I'm just looking for the date.
It's in the bottom, left to
Well, it's February 20th, 22, but that's not when the traffic study was.
2021.
Look at the
But it
left
says calibration technologies, copyright 2021, but that doesn't tell me when these were done. I'm just trying to figure out when this traffic count was done.
If you look at the very bottom where it says source, it says Q4 2021.
It says, well, that's when they got it from those people. I don't know that they put calibration out. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That's actually when it was done.
So these traffic counts are a year old?
Yes.
No. A quarter old.
Quarter, yeah.
He says a year. I like his
last year. It's last year, yes.
That's yours to keep if you'd like it.
I'll keep it.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Free to go.
Board have any questions?
Oh, I did, actually, one more thing.
Oh, sure.
Did we move this as an exhibit? I don't think we did.
His evaluation.
His report?
Yes.
What was that,
So
applicant's
we'll
9?
label it 9.
Okay. Judy, did you need a copy? Thank you.
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duffy, any questions?
No, I have no question.
Commissioner Snoops?
No questions.
All right.
Very good. Are you done with me? Huh?
For the moment.
Oh,
Yes.
I thought maybe I could escape.
We'll have to die before we-
Oh, okay.
Before we get.
Okay.
May I request a 5-minute recess?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That's why you're going to grant it? She only requested it. Did you grant it?
It's granted.
You know, you got to keep it alive. As long as it works up there.
So we have to be fully out.
In that space.
Smoke break or what have you. They can get back because they got it. Okay. Sure. Is that's okay with you? I don't know what we can get, so the question's going to be can we get county council channels that we're going to have somewhere. Because we are only allowed twice. This is our first year. So I have to check with Judy and anyone who works for us.
Claire Toss.
Oh, Claire.
Yes. You're welcome.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, what do we?
CLAR.
Yeah, and then it's actually on their data, so let's pull it up here.
I don't want to keep your phone.
Let's make sure that, there it is right there. Yeah, very small print.
Oh, it's all right. I've got these.
Okay, good.
These cost me $2.90.
There you go.
Yeah, that's how I wrote it. Just by, you speak very clearly, so I can say.
I spend my life lecturing with students all day. So.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen your mother hearings in Prince George's
all over the state.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. You in Gettysburg, man, that's a
Oh yeah, I was in York, and I just bought my retirement home on Lake Heritage in Gettysburg. So I've been there since October 1st.
That town is just...
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I bet you
I do.
For multiple reasons.
Right.
Talk about why.
Yeah, well, I actually taught at Gettysburg College for 8 years. Yeah.
I think
Right.
Those hills on the way again.
Absolutely.
That was just a feeling.
Yes. Right. Yeah, right. Yeah. I absolutely love it, and I fell in love with it when I taught there at the college back in. I was there from 80 to 89, and lived in Baltimore County at that point. Then I was commuting back and forth.
So you didn't have a big city to get around.
Right. Yeah, I lived in Moncton.
Moncton? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. People who live in D.C. so they're living in nothing. Get out where you are. Moncton.
Just want to introduce myself. I'm with the landlord. Love the testimony.
Right. The founders of your company, God, let me think of the name of the original founders of the company.
Jack Luke Meyer, Mark Shapiro.
Yeah. Jack and I actually worked together at Equitable Bank.
Oh yeah, his dad was the president there, right?
That's right. Yes.
That's funny.
Yes.
I heard he took a video.
Do you work on our Kearney one too? Kearney Liquors? No. Yes, that's what I thought.
Listen, the most. Oh, really? That's a long time.
I used to dabble in real estate. Me and Randy Jones were
We talk and stuff like this. I think the most damning thing is the stores don't close. It's like any kind of the sky is falling, and it's just going close. That's crazy. All right, well, good luck.
Good seeing you.
Good seeing you.
Don't like to drive down here, but well, I come down through Westminster and then through Owings Mills and then loop the Beltway down into 97.
That's it.
Yeah. Well, I have night vision issues, so I'm staying where I can see everything. Yeah. So in 2 hours and 15 minutes, I'll be 78 years old.
I'm not too many days behind.
Right.
I used to think people who were 2 years behind me in school were really young.
Right.
Like I'm 700 days old.
Right.
It's funny how
I'm actually the oldest faculty member at York College. All my contemporaries decided to retire when they were 67 or something like that. And I said, why? This is the best part-time job in the world. I tell people I work 24/7. I work 24 hours a week, 7 months a year.
and it's more than for you.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
That's says it all.
It's a calling. It's not a job.
Yeah. I totally get that. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, who wants to be hunting around frantically for things to do? I mean, you can't find anything that's stimulating.
Of course, I do 20 of these hearings a year.
Yeah. Well, you know, it takes you out and about, different scenery, different culture, different people. Yeah, I can. All of what you say.
It's not printed. It's not printed.
And it sounds like it's fun.
It is fun. It's great fun. Yeah. Keeps you young.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I get a high school to do a radio show every month. I'm just records. I'm a former teenager.
You know you got to visit a dignitary. On the liquor board in Queen Anne's County.
I know. He's also an old sister.
He's just throwing a bunch of shit, facts that don't
I know, Chuck. He may be a guy.
And he's asking questions. So if you would do me a favor, testify, could take notes.
I'll tell you what, that's what I need a lot. It's not like 29 to 30.
That should speak volumes.
I screw them up with this traffic questions. So he's reading them all, so he's trying to say something.
Oh, yeah. I have talked with him every day.
I knew exactly what he did. That's why I went back and asked him.
When I have questions, I'll look at it. I didn't realize you were on board. I don't know what they were saying.
I wish I knew about it.
That's all right. I went through
If we could please come to order.
Thank you.
At this point, we're looking at the clock, and since we do have to be out of here at a timely basis, we're going to go to 10:30. At this point, we haven't selected a time or date to reconvene, but or have we?
Yeah. April 26th is currently what we're looking at for a continuation. So I'd ask council to check their calendars to see how that works. The nighttime. Always at night. Yeah.
I have trials in the daytime, but I can be available at 6 o'clock, yes.
Okay.
I can as well.
You can? Okay.
Okay, great.
All right. That will be the
We're good.
continuation.
And with that in mind, if the board has no objection, there's a couple people that are here from the community associations that need to leave. They have some issues. I have no objection to yielding the floor to a couple of them to make their comments, rather than, because they're not witnesses of mine, but I don't see them staying around. And then what I'd like to do is call some of my witnesses and call some of the other people who want to speak and hold off on my expert till the next time. And just that way we can get rid of as many people that are here that want to leave rather than inconveniencing them a second time, if that makes sense.
It does. It does. Let me confer with the chairman real quick, see how he wants to handle it. Mr. Eckengast, would you be okay with hearing, I don't know how many members of the public are here in support of the license?
I just have one matter to address, and then I will turn the floor over.
Okay, great. But I'm just concerned because Mr. Brown said that he has some members of the public here who are going to speak, in opposition. And if you have anybody here who's going to speak in favor, who's not a fact witness or an expert, I want to make sure they have the opportunity to be heard as well, so that they wouldn't have to come back.
I appreciate that.
I'd extend the same courtesy.
I thank you for that very much. I didn't see the people who were supposed to be here still here, so I don't think I have any witnesses at this point in time.
Sure.
But there was an email that was sent to the board earlier today from a Shelley McKeeska, and I think you all received a copy of this email. I would just like to ask that that be admitted as an exhibit, as a letter in favor of this application.
Any objection to that?
Well, I don't think that was in favor of the application as much as against the person that they wrote the letter against, but I have no objection to coming in. Perfect. That can be verified.
Absolutely.
And at the same time, I'd ask that the letter that came in from Severna Park Liquors, he's out of town, be moved in as an exhibit on our behalf. And
Sure. Hey, yeah, would you like that as Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Okay.
I do have an objection to that exhibit, but it's not worth it.
Okay. All right, great. That will be admitted then.
Why did you mention it?
Same reason you do yours.
All right. All right. Well, Mr. Brown, I will now turn it over to you. You can go ahead and, if we want the members of the public who are here first.
I'd like to, if I could, to let the representatives of the Severna Park Council who are here to speak, and one of them has a exciting clip that she heard, she's got to get out of here. And the other, if they have would have no objection to them coming up, not as my witnesses.
Not as witnesses, as members of the public to speak? Yes. Absolutely. Mr. Reckengast, you're okay with that?
Of course.
Okay, great.
And you all can have these seats here if you want to.
And when you all come up, I would just ask that you state your name and your address for the record for us. And I assume that you were here previously when everybody was sworn in?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Great.
Shall I go first?
Your mic's on. Oh, go ahead and go first.
Right.
Your mic is on, mine's not. Oh.
Hello, my name is Craig Myers. I live at 720 Dill Road, Severna Park, Maryland. I live in Severna Park, Maryland, and I am here to testify against the granting of a liquor license to Robinson Liquors. I have a few points I would like to discuss. My first concern is that the flyer sent out by the potential license holder and is claimed to be a local businessman, but he is not local, at least not local to Anne Arundel County. My personal opinion is that Severna Park already has more than enough liquor stores and does not need another one. The description of the size of the liquor store appears to be a destination store rather than local. Traffic is bad enough in the area with existing stores serving mostly local clientele. A destination store will bring even more traffic. The shopping center where the store is being planned has bad access to Ritchie Highway. Any visitors needing to turn north on Ritchie Highway will need to exit via Robinson Road. Robinson Road has long wait cycles and short turn cycles due to the number of roads that converge at that point. Visitors wishing to go south on Ritchie Highway could exit by the Ritchie Highway exit, but they'll find themselves in a right turn lane. My final point, the United States has a free market ideal for many industries, but since Prohibition, the liquor industries have been heavily regulated. While the location for Robinson Liquors may meet the standards for distance from schools and churches, this board should deny the license because the opening of another liquor store of this size and location will be detrimental to the community. Thank you for allowing me to express my concerns.
Thank you. I'm Amy Leahy. I live at 712 Monmouth Avenue in Severna Park, and I'm here as the Vice President for Public Affairs for the Greater Severna Park Council. I'm speaking on behalf of the businesses and communities in our membership with the approval of the Board of GSPC. The small mom and pop liquor stores in Severna Park and Arnold serve the needs of the community very well. Many of them are multi-generational, family-owned, who give back to the community and support the community. They are all within a 5-minute drive from homes in the community and have a large variety of offerings at affordable prices, contrary to the online petition from the applicant that states the area is not adequately served by existing stores. The location of this mega liquor store on Ritchie Highway is within walking distance and, in fact, on the walking route for students at Severna Park High School. There are also 2 facilities in the shopping center that serve small children, and there are 2 exits from the shopping center, which I won't go into detail because Mr. Myers has already gone into a lot of detail about Ritchie Highway and going, south before you can turn around and go left. I will mention that intersection there at Robinson and Ritchie Highway has a nickname very fondly called Malfunction Junction, and the reason is because of the lighting, the traffic, the fact that you've got all these roads that converge into that one area. And it also happens to be a very bad place for accidents on Ritchie Highway. So we in the community concerned about the increased traffic and the accidents in the area. On behalf of the small business owners and members of our community, the Greater Severna Park Council believes that the current offerings of liquor store establishments in our area serve the needs of our population very well. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. My foot is broken and hurts. I'm going home. So,
Get home safely.
Thank you.
my driver.
If I could, at this time, I'd like to call James Kyriazoglu. And it took me forever to pronounce that name right, so I may do it 2 or 3 times.
Sure.
My name is James Kyriazoglu. I live in Severna Park, Maryland.
Okay.
Kyriazoglu.
And then can we get your full address too, please?
215 Sycamore Road, SYCAMORE, Severna Park.
Now, you also own a liquor store, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You're not here tonight testifying as an owner of a liquor store. That's secondarily, correct?
Correct.
And your liquor store is within their 10-minute drive, is that correct?
It's 9 miles.
Okay. And which liquor store do you own?
Harbor Liquors on Fort Smallwood Road.
Okay. Now, there was a time when you worked for a liquor distributor, though, is that correct?
27 years.
And who did you work for that 27 years?
DM Distributing.
Did you work for them in 1997?
Absolutely. I started in 1990, and I was a sales rep in 1997 when Corridor came to the market.
Okay. So were you the liquor representative for the area where Corridor Liquor was in 1997?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And you were in charge of the sales in that area, and you knew all the local liquor stores, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the board, because one of the things the board has to look at under 10.210 is how the potential effect on the existing license holder of the license for which application is made. Can you tell the board how the opening of Corridor Liquors affected the other liquor stores in the area?
I was a commission-based sales rep, and Corridor did great business, but it affected the other businesses around there. So my total sales did not increase on my route. So it didn't help my business at all by having Corridor open up.
How did it affect the smaller, based on the sales that you did for the smaller liquor stores and the orders they put in, how did it affect the smaller liquor stores?
Oh, they were hurting. I think I can recall none of them actually closed, but they were like long-time owners, and they actually end up selling their stores because their sales went down. They found buyers to buy them, but they got out of the business.
So in your opinion, the big box liquor store opened up at Corridors had an adverse effect upon the other retailers in the community?
Absolutely.
And that's from personal knowledge, is that correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you're the one that was responsible for knowing what the sales were of those other liquor stores, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And you could see in their numbers that they were going down substantially?
Yes.
But then your commissioners didn't change, which means that Corridor didn't draw from other places, it took from the businesses around there, right?
The pie's only so big, so if someone else opens up, you're not going to sell more product because the new store opens up. It just makes everybody sell less.
And can you tell the board what quantity discounts are and what happens with quantity discounts?
For the longest time, there was no quantity discounts at all. There was always case one for, say, Smirnoff vodka. When Corridor came in, they kind of strong-armed all the distributors and asked for bigger deals. They wanted an advantage of the smaller retailers, so they would come to my company, when I say my company, DM Distributing, and ask for bigger deals to have an advantage over the smaller stores. So even now, there's, like on Smirnoff, there's a 25-case deal, there's a 100-case deal. My current store, which is only 2,400 square feet, I can't store 100 cases of Smirnoff. That's only one brand. So they kind of made the suppliers and the distributors put in big QDs to benefit themselves.
So the larger the store, though, the larger the storage area, correct?
Correct.
So therefore, in a 22,000 square foot place, you would venture to say that they would have a lot of area to store in, correct?
Oh, absolutely. We spent many of ours at Corridor/Total Wine putting cases of beer on top of their shelving and back room and bring by the pallets into the store.
So based on that, could they, based on their, by the way, Maryland doesn't really have a uniformity in price, does it, anymore?
Correct.
Okay. And so without a uniformity in price, the distributors have a right to sell for whatever price they really want to the liquor stores, correct? Well, not whatever price, but within range.
Well, it's a set price, so they have to offer it to every retailer.
Okay. And even for volume?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but this places without the storage can't really afford to take the volume.
And I used to hear it. They said, that's a Corridor deal. That's why you have these big QDs trying to hurt me. You have these big deals just for Corridor. I heard it all the time.
And based upon that, the big boxes who had these deals, who had these quantity discounts, could undercut the smaller stores. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And that affected the sales of the smaller stores?
Yes.
Now, your store is 2,400 square feet. Mm-hmm. Okay. How much square footage do you have for storage in that?
I must say probably, I don't know, just guessing, maybe 500.
Okay, so you don't have a lot of storage area.
No, and I can't expand. In my current location, I can't expand. The way the laws read, I can't get a storage unit away from my existing address to store 100 cases of Smirnoff. I have to, everything that's delivered to me has to be delivered to my address. So I can't, it's a disadvantage for me.
So size limits your ability to compete with the big box?
Absolutely.
And do you think that would have an effect upon the liquor stores in the Severna Park area?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
No further questions.
Ms. Schreckengoss?
Yes, I just have a couple questions.
Yeah, good.
How are you this evening?
Good.
How big is
DM Distributing?
In volume?
Yes.
I've been gone for 5 years now. When I left, it was over a million case distributor.
Do you have any idea what percentage of the market that is?
They were probably, back then, I'm guessing, 28% of the market. I'm guessing now, yeah.
And you indicated that you personally your sales did not increase when they opened, but they didn't decrease either, correct?
Correct.
His commissions, not sales.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Commissions.
I misspoke. And you also indicated that the stores around there, had a little, or detected a little bit of a loss when they opened. Do you know how long that loss lasted? Was it like 6 months, a year? When did it finally rebound?
They never rebounded, the stores around there. They were hurting for a long time. Like I said, a lot of those stores sold out. The strip in front of you guys familiar with the Fort Meade area, a lot of those stores are hurting big time.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, any questions? Commissioner Duffy?
No question.
Commissioner Snoops? All right.
Good to go.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
All right, ask Kim Lawson to come up.
Am I sure? Where's your letter?
Oh, I just fell off the chair.
Kim, you've already been sworn in, but would you state your name and spell your name for the record and tell them what liquor store you own and what your address is?
My name is Kimberly Lawson. I own Fish Paws Marketplace. My address is 5 Beechwood Road, Arnold, Maryland.
Okay. And are you here tonight to speak in favor of or against?
Against.
Why?
I've been doing business for 30-plus years at this location. I have a pretty good rapport. We have good competition within Severna Park. We do not feel that there's a need for another store, and especially a 22,000 square foot mega store.
Okay. And how long has your store been in existence?
Our store goes back to 1935. We're one of the original licenses in Anne Arundel County. I believe the business actually goes back further. It was a garage going back to 1928.
Okay. And your family has owned it for how long?
We've owned it since 1983.
Okay. And your parents owned it before you?
That's correct.
And your children, your daughter at least, is working in the business now too, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how big is your store?
Our store is 7,200 square feet.
Okay. And you saw the advertisement that was put out by Robinson Liquors as to their 2,800 alcoholic beverages and all that, is that correct?
That's correct.
Tell the board how many beverages, different beverages you sell.
So we currently have 7,461 SKUs.
7,461?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything you know of that they could be selling that you don't already sell?
Honestly, no. I mean,
Do you have
maybe
growlers?
a few things. I mean,
Do you have growlers?
yes, we do.
Do you have wine tasting?
Yes, we do.
Do you have beer tasting?
Yes.
Okay. So you have everything that they're asking for. Is there anything unique other than their 22,000 square foot space about their business that you know of based on what you've seen so far?
No.
How many employees do you have?
I range from 20 to 25 employees.
Okay. Tell the board how your numbers have been from 2019 to the present and what's happened with COVID.
Generally, our numbers prior to 2019 were on average 1 to 2% increases. In 2020, our sales went up 26.9%. In 2021, in the comparison to 2020, we were down 8%, and so far for the first 2 months, we are down 8%. So COVID had a substantial effect on the liquor industry as a total.
Okay. Have you seen any growth in the Severna Park area?
I mean, it's kind of built out. Even their experts said the residential part of Severna Park is pretty built out. Not saying that there isn't some. It depends on what time frame you're talking, but it's a pretty developed area. Residentially.
Okay. Did you go through the liquor licenses issued by Anne Arundel County to make a determination of what Class A and Class D and Class B licenses existed within a 5-mile driving range from where you are?
Yes.
Where the store is? Okay.
Yes, I did.
Let me show you.
I can't read that one. It's too small. I'm sorry. But I have it here, a little bit larger.
We had to get it on one sheet of paper.
I know, but I can't read it. It's too small.
We didn't have any legal paper.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Is this a chart that you looked at and you worked up yourself?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in order to determine some of the alcohol, the sales that existed, did you deal with your liquor salespeople to find out who was buying and who was buying liquor in Class B locations?
Apples and apples.
Yes, I did. Also, some of the locations I know personally sell off sale as well as on sale.
You heard their expert talk about that Class B licenses are different. But you're a Class D license, correct? And you sell, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you know that the Brass Rail is opening in 3 months as a half liquor store, half bar. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, the owner of the Brass Rail is here tonight, who's prepared to testify to that, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So the Brass Rail is one that is not on their list of stores within their district area. Now, what other ones were not on their list? When the B licenses, what do you show on their list?
Okay. I don't have their list.
Excuse me, Mr. Brown, I may have missed it. Could you tell me the source of this document?
Yeah, this is a liquor board. This is the licenses from liquor. We have the complete list of licenses from the liquor board. She went through the, well, you can explain.
Yeah, so this we got from the liquor board. It's a listing of license, and we narrowed down the ones that were in our area. It was within 5 miles driving, and then do you want to have a 10-mile driving also?
And how did you determine the drive times?
and put it in Google. Driving directions, Google.
Okay.
It's business. It's not time.
Okay. Now, Brian Boreau is the closest license, Class B license, to Robinson's Crossing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And do they sell alcohol to go
Yes, they do.
on an annual basis?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's on their website.
Okay. And we know they didn't have Brian Boreau on their list. They didn't have the Brass Rail on their list, too, but they are selling. Is that correct?
Well, they're going to be a liquor store now.
Yes. All right. And Listman's, you heard Ms. Hagner and others say it's open a day a year, but that is a liquor store that has a license that's active, doesn't it?
Yes, that's correct. From what I believe, they do open during hunting season. I don't know if it's a day or a week, to be honest with you, but I know that they do open at that time. And I know it's an active license. It's a very old license as well.
Okay. And what do you know about the Severna Park Tap House?
Severna Park Tap House is a on-off license. I do believe, I'm almost sure that they do sell beer to go.
Okay.
I think he has growlers, to be honest with you.
Okay. So, but you prepared this list yourself?
I did.
Okay. I'd move that list in as exhibit whatever number I am or letter.
3. Mr. Eckengast?
I have no objections.
That will be admitted as exhibit 3.
You had prepared a statement for tonight, didn't you?
Yes.
Do you have it with you?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything on your statement, because you were going to read it earlier instead, is there anything on the statement that you need to address that we didn't address?
No, just that I know the applicant is touting about being locally owned, and I can just say that all the licensees, or most of the licensees that are opposing this application have lived in Severna Park. Almost all of us have graduated from Severna Park High School. You can't be more local than that.
So Severna Park graduates a lot of alcoholics?
No, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. But we are extremely local. We're very involved in the community. I know we ourselves donate at least $10,000 plus a year to local charities. I'm very active with Baltimore Washington Medical Center on their fundraising board, and I think most of the other stores are also as active in the community. And I would hate to see anyone suffer a substantial loss of business, because we also are we work on very low profit margins, and we try to do what's right for the community. We try to be part of the community, which we always have been. And I just don't think we need a store of this size. It's equivalent to like 5 of the average stores that we have in our community already.
Now, in the past week, you've worked with some of the other liquor stores in the area to get signatures from people who are opposed to this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we have, in the past week, and everybody on this list has certified that they are over the age of 21, correct?
Everyone that signed those lists were patrons of our stores, so they were all over 21.
Okay, so we have roughly 1,500 signatures here that you're able to obtain in a week. Is that correct?
It might have been, yeah, I guess a week, maybe 2 weeks, to be honest with you.
Was it 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I wrote her the petition right away, Sam.
Yeah, it was 2 weeks, I believe.
Do not, thank you.
We've already submitted these to the board.
Oh, I do have a copy, but
That's okay. We submitted these to the board, but here's a copy in case we need it for the file. And I'd ask that be moved in as exhibit, since you said last one was 3.
This will be 4, yeah.
I learned fast.
Mr. Eckengast, any objection to those?
No.
Okay, thank you. Those will be admitted as 4.
Anything else, Ms. Lawson?
Petition, how many stores?
Anything else?
The only other thing I'd like to add is our store, when we purchased it, was frankly, I can say, a dump. We have spent probably, since we bought it in 1983, about $3 million doing renovations. As I'm sure all the other store owners that are here today have spent a substantial amount of money investing in their businesses. For us, that is our retirement. So when we lose business, when we go to sell in the next, I'm probably 5 years, that will be a loss to our future retirement income. So it's something that we all worry about because as business owners, our business is our life and our retirement. So I just hope you would consider that in your decision.
You heard Mr. Kiriazoglu's comments about nobody was put out of business up there, but other people sold and got out at less money. Are you concerned about that if this store comes in?
Absolutely. First thing I thought, maybe I should sell.
This is a copy of her prepared statement that she's done. I move this in as Exhibit 5.
Commissioner Census, any objection?
No objections.
Okay. That'll be in as Exhibit 5.
I have no further questions of Ms. Lawson.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Commissioner Census.
I do have a couple questions. Ms. Lawson, regarding the exhibit with the that you gathered from Anne Arundel County records, am I reading this correctly that there's 23 of them that are active licenses? Is that what your yeses mean over there on the very far right column?
No, the yeses on the far right column are that they do off sale.
And there's a total of 23?
I didn't do a count on them, to be honest with you.
I just counted and I got 23, so I just wanted to...
Well, I'm sure that that's
Okay.
accurate then.
Do you happen to know the population within this 5-mile driving time?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay.
On that exhibit. I do have one more.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. You mentioned your profitability a few minutes ago.
I discussed about it. Yes, I did.
And I would like to show you a document regarding average margins for your store that we have compiled.
For my store or stores in general?
From your store.
Okay. I'd like to know how you got this information.
Mr. Nikolaev, you compiled this information. Could you please tell Ms. Lawson where you got it and how it was compiled?
Yeah, so Ms. Lawson spoke about gross profit margin, per margin of her store. This ratio consists of two variables, sales and cost of goods sold, how much you purchase the liquor for, alcohol for. Sales are extremely, well, the sale price is extremely easy to find. Ms. Lawson offers delivery to people. She has all the prices listed on the website for her beverages. So it was extremely easy to obtain. As the previous gentleman, a witness, mentioned, and I support this, the fact, all liquor stores in Maryland share the same cost price. I still have a subscription to Beverage Journal, which is basically compiles all the cost data or cost prices for all the distributors, and we can see the prices that Ms. Lawson's store will be getting, the same prices as Robinson Liquors will be getting. By the largest case deal possible from the distributor, we came up with cost prices. And you can see and this is how we took basically the top sellers in the area that we found, and this is how we came up with her average profit margin. It is not small. So Ms. Lawson offers mix and match deals.
Objection. You ask a question as to
Yeah,
I found the information.
that'll be sustained. Yeah, just keep answering your council's questions if they have it.
It's amazing how competitive we get, isn't it? To know what somebody else's profits are, so you can see what you can make when you open up a store.
Well, Ms. Lawson, this document indicates that you have a profit margin, retail profit margin of 30.2%. Is that correct?
So is this gross profit margin or is this...
Gross profit margin.
Okay. Well, that is not correct because this is just a hand-picked selection of certain items. I can tell you that is not our gross profit margin.
But for these specific items, it is. Is that correct?
Well, it all depends on how many I buy, the quantity I buy. I don't know all the prices off my top of my head, to be honest with you. But if this is the 43% gross profit margin, or is that markup?
That's your gross profit margin.
I think that's incorrect.
It's impossible.
So retail markup, that could be correct, where it says margin retail. I'm assuming that's markup. And this is standard for the industry. In terms of your mix and match deal, I don't know if that's markup or gross profit margin, but this is not gross profit margin. These numbers are markup from your cost. Markup and gross profit margin are two different numbers. And these are kind of standard for the industry.
What she calls it markup, what she added on to it, or whether it's this difference between selling price and your cost is your margin. Period.
Right. Ms. Lawson, could you then please tell us how you would calculate the markup versus the margin?
Objection. Relevant.
It's not something I can do here.
We'll let it.
either.
We'll allow it. Go ahead, Ms. Lawson.
It's not something I can. It's not something I can really do here. There's a chart you can follow.
Okay.
And this is not relevant to my whole entire store. It also doesn't take into effect any of the expenses.
I would like to go ahead and move this in as applicant's exhibit 9.
Objection. A selective portion, which doesn't cover all the things, in order to give a distorted perspective without talking about her overhead, without talking about anything else, without talking about her salaries for people and everything. This is only a standard markup, as she says, on things, but they have selected things, and I think it's inappropriate to come in.
Mr. Eckengast?
I will allow the board to give it whatever weight it wants, but I think it should come in as a rebuttal to her indication that she has a very low profit margin.
How's that a rebuttal? Because she hasn't put in one thing about the rent she pays, anything about their employees, anything about her overhead, her electric, her advertising, nothing. Anybody that's in business knows that if you buy a widget for $1 and you sell it for 95 cents, or sell it for 50 cents, you still got expenses.
All right, we'll allow it to come in, and I'll allow you to question her on it. You can ask her whatever questions you want based on rent, overhead, expenses.
Sorry, I brought that up.
Mr. Eckengast, do you have any more questions?
I do not.
Okay. Mr. Brown?
Okay. Kim, how many products do you sell?
I just told you how many SKUs, 7461.
How many products are listed on that sheet of paper? Or how many pages is that sheet of paper?
1, 2, 3, 4. They also pick the items that you make the most mark on.
In that 4 pages, how many items do they list of the 70-some hundred that you sell?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 items.
So 22 items out of the 7,500 roughly that you sell, and they expect you to come up with explain what your profit margin is. Is that your profit margin?
No, I told you this is markup, not profit margin.
Okay, and is the markup on all your alcohol the same?
No, it is not.
Is there a difference between markup on beer versus wine, beer versus hard liquor?
Yes.
Okay, and the ones they've chosen there, are they the ones with the highest markup?
Well, wine is generally the highest markup.
Okay, and how many wines do they have on that list? How many are non-wines?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 are liquor and 4 are beer.
So 6 liquor, 4 beer, and therefore how many wine? We say in the beginning, were there 20 originally?
22.
22. So is that reflective of your markup on all your alcohol across the board?
No, it is not.
So if you could just sell these 22 items, you might make good money, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you pay rent?
I do.
Okay. Do you pay electric?
Yes.
You have 25 employees, you said?
Yes.
And do you pay them?
Yes.
And do you have any benefits that they receive?
We pay $400 plus a month towards all their insurance, and we also we have a 401k program.
So
and we have time off, obviously, paid time off too.
All right. Do you have advertising costs?
We do.
You said you donate about $10,000 a year to charities. Do you have any other giveaways and things like that that cost you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we do. I mean, you have breakage, you have things you use for tastings, you have things that go bad, you've got, yeah, all kinds of things.
Are you current on all your taxes?
Yes.
Okay, and you pay to the retail sales tax to the state of Maryland on a regular basis?
Yes.
Okay, and in addition to the alcohol, do you sell other items in your store?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you're a D license, aren't you?
Correct.
But you're a D license primarily operating as a liquor store, correct?
Primarily, yes.
And you put in a new parking lot over a cost of $250,000 roughly, didn't you?
Correct.
Why did you do that?
We did that to make the egress and ingress smoother and to allow additional parking because we were very deficient in parking.
In fact, when you bought the place, it had a very small parking lot, didn't you?
We did.
And you got the property next door in order to build a parking lot on, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so, does anything that you've talked about so far diminish your testimony, what you said earlier, that the markup or the profit in this is low?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You said earlier your profit is low and your margins are low, okay?
I said
For
the
liquor
gross
store.
profit margin.
Okay, the gross profit margin.
Yes.
Anything that in that list or anything I've asked you questions on or anything that Leanne has asked you questions on, any of that change your testimony?
No.
No further questions.
Ms. Schreckengost, anything else?
My only follow-up, you said your gross profit margin is low. What actually is it?
Our gross profit margin ranges from 25 to 30%. That's gross profit margin.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Is gross meaning before your...
Before the expenses, correct.
So before your rent, before your employees...
Correct.
Before your benefits...
Correct.
Before your salary and everything else?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, any questions?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, what part of your business do you deliver?
What part of the business?
Yeah, is it 1%, less than 1%?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question. We've only been doing it for, well, it was very small
COVID.
before COVID.
Sure. Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Chairman? Commissioner Duffy, any questions?
No question.
Commissioner Snoops? All right.
You can sit back.
Okay, thanks.
I think this might be a good stopping point since we're almost there at the 10:30 mark.
Saying that, I will adjourn the meeting, and we will continue
Did you
April.
want to ask if anybody from the public wanted to just raise their hand and say they're here in case they can't come back next time?
We can do that
Yeah.
if there is anybody from the public who's not planning on coming back next time. I was also going to suggest that they can submit a written statement in favor or opposing as well. So if there's anybody here who wants to make their presence known, just to raise their hand. Ms. Lawson already spoke, but yeah. That's, okay. If you did everybody sign their name in on the sheet? Okay, great.
Okay. All right, the hearing now is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, inspectors, for hanging out.